Top 10 warmest years on record, as in ever, in this country have occurred since 2002. New analysis from the Meteorological Office says, and maths fans will tell you that there has only been 23 years since 2002. So this is very significant. The Meteorological Office's State of the United Kingdom Climate Report shows that there are too many syllables in its title. I mean, come on. The Meteorological Office's State of the United Kingdom Climate Report? That's never going to sell any copies. It shows that 2014 remains the warmest year in a temperature sequence now dating back to 1884, whenever that was. Now, you might think that last year's summer, blistering hot as it was, would make last year the hottest year ever. But this statistic is based on temperatures all year round. So you got that wrong. So last year's is only the 7th warmest year on record. That's still pretty warm. And the most recent top 10 cold year was in 1963. The patterns of warm and cold years in Britain are a clear signal, so they say, of climate change. That is according to scientists. Forgetting that no one is remotely interested in science anymore, and scientists and their so-called facts can go and take a running jump at themselves. We have no interest in numbers. We're all about feelings now, baby. We're all about positivity and dispelling the warnings of gloomsters. So when the earth is baked to a dust and the tide rises above your sofa, your refusal to give in to the portents of doom will protect you and keep your knickknacks dry.
Correct.
Meanwhile, the Met Office confirmed, the Meteorological Office confirmed that the UK's hottest temperature ever, 101.7 degrees Fahrenheit, was recorded on Thursday the 25th. As in last Thursday in Cambridge. 101.7 Fahrenheit. And to get from Fahrenheit to centigrade, you multiply by 5, divide by 9, and add 32. So 101.7 multiplied by 5 is 300.2. Divided by 9, let's see, 9 into 30 is 5, and into 0 is 0, and it doesn't go into 2, so that's 5,000. 5,000 degrees centigrade. Blimey. No wonder people were complaining.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Dr. Mark, a Meteorological Office scientist, said that the clustering of all the warmest years in the first 2 decades of the 21st century is what we would expect in a changing climate. He said, although we do still experience colder extremes like the beast from the east last spring, generally speaking, the story is that we have, the overall story is that warmer events and higher temperatures are dominating. So whenever it gets cold again, if, assuming that it does actually get cold again, just walking outside and saying, it's a bit parky out, that is not proof that global warming does not exist. Just so you know. He says, although we do experience colder extremes like the beast from the east, generally speaking, the story we have is that overall it's the warmer events and those higher temperatures that are dominating. That's what Dr. Mark said. And I'm sorry, Dr. Mark, but all that sounds like to the ordinary person in the street. Can you put your data in the form of a colour for us? So his conclusion is mauve, a sort of reddy blue, like Boris Johnson's face. And this, by the way, is the 5th time that the Meteorological Office has released a report that says... And is anybody listening?
No.
No, of course not. Because we'd rather ignore it and pretend that it's not actually happening. That's the modern way. Meanwhile, in the actual weather, do you want to know what the weather forecast is going to be for August?
Negative.
Yeah, you probably don't. It's another one of those summers.
Oh, no.
Scattered showers are likely on Wednesday, turning heavy and thundery in places. I bet those places are Glasgow. I bet those places are Glasgow. I can check for you while you wait. Okay. Raining tomorrow and raining on Sunday and raining on Monday and raining on Tuesday and raining on Wednesday and raining on Thursday and raining on Friday and raining on Saturday and raining on Sunday and raining on Monday. This is Monday the 12th now. It having rained every single day from now to then. But take heart, you good people of Glasgow, because on Monday the 12th it will be raining, but on Tuesday it will also be raining, and raining on Wednesday and raining on Thursday. So that's halfway through August when it will rain every single day. Still, the sun has been somewhat not estimated. God, already, not 10 minutes in, and I already can't come up with a word. It's been hyped. That's not it either. What word am I looking for?
Exaggerated?
Yes, over-exaggerated. So scattered showers are likely on Wednesday for pretty much everybody, turning heavy and thundery in places. Showers in central and northern areas will sweep through in the south. In the south? Through the south, with brisk winds. That sounds autumnal, doesn't it? Sunshine and scattered showers will develop again on Thursday and Friday, as in next week. Unsettled conditions will probably persist through to the middle of the month, with further scattered heavy showers. This is rubbish. Any drier spells are likely to be relatively short-lived, so gardeners need not get their hoses out. And what about the second half of August? Because everybody's got their fingers crossed for that. At this time of the year, if we haven't had a good long spell, we ain't going to get one. Well, the middle of August will probably start with unsettled conditions, scattered heavy showers, or longer spells of rain. And later in the month, signs that high pressure could build into southern parts of the UK, perhaps bringing drier and more settled conditions there, which is why it's more expensive to live there. Temperatures are likely to be around normal for this time of year. So thanks a lot, global warming. It's not helping us very much this summer, is it? Lucas says, I can imagine Donald Trump salivating, watching a country that will be his partner getting weaker by the minute, losing every leverage on a future negotiation. Well done, Brexit. Well done, Brexit. Melania, on the other hand, doesn't care.
I don't care.
Ahmed said, I got a glimpse of Bojo's plan, Nick. One. Have all these come in just now?
Just now, yeah.
Wow, you people are keen. Ahmed says, I got a glimpse of Bojo's plan, Nick. One, don't believe the EU on the backstop. They will fold on Ireland. And two, trust Trump not to threaten us with tariffs like he did to the Canadians, the Mexicans, the South Koreans, the Japanese, the Chinese, and now the EU. Yeah, we trust you. We trust you, Donny. We trust that you're an honest person.
I'm a person that wants to tell the truth. I'm an honest person.
He lied. And Patrick says, oh no, not another liberal Ramoning moron. Where does LBC get them all? From Nick Abbott. Where does LBC get them all from? Nick Abbott is the biggest advert for wanting to leave. Does that make sense? It says, oh no, don't correct it. Don't.
I won't.
It's too late now. Don't go and correct his work. I want to see it as it was written. Get me my red pen. And a switch. Patrick says, oh no, not another liberal Ramoning moron. Where does LBC get them all from? Nick Abbott is the biggest advert for wanting to leave. Oh, I see. So they were, okay, if you peppered it with commas, then it would have made more sense. Never mind, Patrick. Better luck next time. Patrick is a part of that demographic that elected Donald Trump. Let's have, not that one first off. Too often, that one. I mean, she's nice and all, but, quite a lot. Tony says the Tories will win next election. The Tories will win the next election in a climate change landslide. And if I had order Brexit on Amazon, it would have been delivered yesterday. That doesn't make much sense either. The Tories will win the next election in a climate change landslide. What's that got to do with it? How does climate change affect the Tories winning the next election in a landslide? Or are you suggesting that landslides are caused by climate change and it actually has nothing to do with it? You're just being illustrative. He said, if I'd ordered Brexit on Amazon, it would have been delivered yesterday. Yeah, Tony, but you'd have been out. Archie in Falkland says, listen, you banger, it's summer for Scotland. See you, he said.
On.
It's a climate emergency, Donny. Nothing to worry about. Here's a call in Glasgow. Hello, Scott.
Hello, Nick. Now, you know I respect you, don't you?
No?
Right, I do. But this is the thing that annoys me every time I hear you say it.
Yes.
We hate the experts. We all hate the experts. No, we don't hate the experts. When the experts said, let's ban the nicotine oils because they're killing the bees, the Tories, they sacked them experts. They got in more experts. Experts that said, no, all that Bayer Monsanto stuff, that's great. Put it all over everything, put it all over the crops, put it all over every parking.
Splash it all over. Yeah.
Splash it all over, yeah. They're the brute experts, yeah? So let's get in the brute experts, splash it all over. Now, we don't hate experts. What we hate is paid up experts. Because they're not...
No, wait a minute.
Nick,
so you only want amateur experts?
No, what I don't want is experts that are paid up by the Tories to say exactly what they want in support of all the most vicious of companies that want to just spray the whole world with Agent Orange. We don't want experts that are really just liars. So when you say, Nick, and I reiterate again, every week I hear you say this, and I reiterate again, I say again, I respect you, you know, but what really makes me cringe is when you say,
yes,
we hate experts. We don't hate experts. What we hate is paid up stooges, stool pigeons, stooges.
Right, it's worse than that. It's much worse than that, Scott. Everybody hates experts if they come up with something that they disagree with.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question. Are nicotinoids killing the bees, yes or no?
Like I've come in here to work? A question? You're giving me homework now? But, sir, it's Friday. What?
Yeah. Are nicotinoids killing the bees? Did they kill the bees? Are they killing the bees? Will they kill the bees? Yes or no?
I don't know.
Yeah, but they did. That's
I don't know. What do I know?
But the real experts did know.
Yes.
And they did tell the people, and they did tell the government, more to the point, they did tell the government, yes, they are. Yeah. But because the government are making loads of money by sanctioning Bayer, sanctioning Monsanto, sanctioning the whole of the corporate world to spray the damn hell out of this whole planet, Agent Orange Tories.
Right.
You know,
okay. Calm down, Scott. Can I recommend decaffeinated coffee? You'll find everything that you need to know on the internet.
What do I know about it? All I know is what's on the internet.
Paul says you and your paralytic analysis. Just get on with it. What do you mean? This is it. This is it. I am getting on with it. God, the abuse that I get on this show is unbelievable, isn't it? James in Wolverhampton says, is that 12-year-old producer of yours doing extra shifts now that it's the school holidays? I don't know. Are you?
I'm graduated.
From your answer there, it doesn't sound like you've gone through puberty. Are you okay?
I've graduated.
Oh, there you go. Paul in Exeter says, Nick, with all this rain in Scotland, the most popular name up here is Rusty. Listeners with material.
Oh,
no. And Josh in Huddersfield says, you must respect the Donald this week, Nick. With that statement, under his watch, the American AIDS epidemic and child cancer will be eradicated. It's true, mate. You check it. God bless that man. He is surely the second coming of something. The American AIDS epidemic and child cancer will be eradicated under Donald Trump's watch. Really? How? How has it got anything to do with him? I mean, if that's the case, then that's great. But it doesn't have anything to do with him. And Jim in Exeter says, here where the Met Office is, we are sending the weather. Jim in Exeter here, where the... I know that it's unfashionable, but would you just put some, like a comma every now and again? The only punctuation that anybody uses these days is is. Exclamation marks. That's the only one they know. Exclamation marks. Like they're shouting at me. Jim in Exeter here, comma, where the Met Office is, comma, we are sending the weather. And then he's got like 6 exclamation marks. As though to make up for the lack of punctuation in the main body of the text. Well, it doesn't. Would it be at all possible for people to actually read what they've written before they send it?
No.
Of course not. Ridiculous thing to suggest. Ruby says, Scott's more pro-leave than you think. You see what I mean? Scott's more pro... all in capital letters, of course. Scott's more pro-leave than you think. Well, my thoughts entirely, Ruby. Here's Collindale. Barney. Nope. Hang on. Collindale. Hello, Barney.
Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm great, mate.
That's excellent. I've been listening in for the past 15 minutes since I've just got off the tube. And I have to say, excellent show, by the way, sir. Excellent show. And I've listened to a couple of callers, which I have to fundamentally disagree with.
Are you walking down the road listening to me on your headphones?
Yes, I am, yeah.
That's
Literally,
probably a very bad idea.
Why?
Well, are you unaware of your surroundings, Barney?
Well, no, because what it is, I've got not an Apple set of headphones, like cans. One headphone goes over my left ear, the other headphone goes over the back of my head. So I'm conscious of my surroundings while listening to your excellent radio show.
Yeah, but you're only conscious of your surroundings on your left-hand side. What if something untoward happened on your right-hand side? Then where would you be?
Well, I dress on the left, so I think I'm perfectly capable of looking after my left-hand side. Also, whenever I'm walking down the pavement, I always put a fence or a wall to my left, whereas my right ear is open to the
attack.
Environment.
Yeah, okay.
Or attack, in whichever way you would like to put it. Yes, I suppose. Attack or environment.
Right. Anyway.
So, yeah, my point was, sir, I've been listening to a couple of your callers, and I'd like to fundamentally agree with most of them and agree with you, because I can't remember specifically what you were talking about with a specific caller, but you were giving them a little bit of jip because they were talking absolute nonsense. I won't swear because I'm on the radio.
Right. So you can't remember what we were talking about, but it doesn't prevent you from having a strong opinion.
Yes, it does.
Right.
Yes, it does. I'd like to remember what I was talking about, but I got a little bit flummoxed by
flummoxed by walking and talking at the same time, by the sounds of it.
Yes, I think it was. So now I feel slightly embarrassed. But
a little bit. Look behind you, Barney. There may be danger present.
Okay, well, bearing in mind, I am stood in the middle of Graham Park in Collindale, which is, if many of your listeners are aware...
Your life is in danger, Barney. I'd break into a run if I were you.
I mean, it's fantastic. I mean, I've lived here for many years. Actually, that's a good topic for discussion.
Not really.
The gentrification of the Graham Park area.
Okay. You go ahead and discuss it, Barney, and, when you come to your conclusions, you let me know straight away. All right. 0345 6060 973. Nick says, Scottish voting in numbers. 2 million said stay in the UK once in lifetime vote. But I can't be bothered. Can you stick some commas and full stops where they should go in that?
Oh, you don't want the pure version?
Nah, well, all right. Oh, okay then. Scottish voting in numbers. : Wow! : I am stunned. Of course, there's a space before the colon, which is incorrect. Don't tell Jacob Rees-Mogg, he'll flip his wig. Scottish voting in numbers, : 2 million said stay in UK once in lifetime vote. 1 million said leave EU, ! They said it really loudly. 1.6 million said leave the UK once in lifetime vote. 1.6 million said stay in EU, go figure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 exclamations. They are significantly, that's capital S, small I, capital G, capital N, and then ificantly, leave. Probably wouldn't have won without those Brexit Scots to push the referendum result over the winning line, says Nick. God, I wish you hadn't bothered, Nick. And Pradeep says, greetings, Nick, you're a film buff. Terminator 6 is out this autumn. Hooray! Absolutely. I can't wait. I went to the cinema just the other day, and I came out, and there was a poster of Terminator 6, and it looked like, what's her name? Who was in the original one? It was a bit of a long shot. It was definitely a female person, or somebody who is identifying as a female person. Sexist. And it looked a lot like Sarah Connor. I'm beside myself. I had no idea there was going to be another one. Isn't that great? Terminator 6. Can anybody remember what Terminator 5 was like?
No.
I've got no idea. I don't know which is which now. I know what 1 and 2 is. I think I can remember what 3 is, because 3 is the one with the woman in it. Or the woman, the woman robot.
Correct.
4, that was the one with Christian Bale in it. That was pretty good. It was grey throughout. There was no colour in it at all, but it was excellent. Number 5? I don't know. It all gets very confusing. I'm confused. Here is a call in Bloomsbury. Sophia. Wait a minute. Sophia.
No, you're holding up under the strain.
What?
And I particularly feel sorry for the people in Weybridge, because they're getting a visit from Boris, fresh from another conversation.
Yeah, as though they haven't suffered enough.
Yeah. Wait.
Absolutely. Fresh from a conversation with Donald Trump, who's telling us what to do in our elections in the first place.
That's right.
But I'm very happy for the Liberal Democrats that they did so well, because I was involved with a number of people who were setting up for the Lib Dems, and what we need now is definitely liberalism and democracy. And Donald Cameron Watt was one of the people that lived near me in Mecklenburg Square, involved with it. He's a great-grandson of James Watt. And Paddy Ashdown is a great credit to him. It was very nice to me when I was in the Computer Society Central Branch meeting.
The Computer Society. Oh, that sounds
absolutely
really interesting.
Boring.
Very well, but it means that if we are going to still have democracy, then the lady that won the by-election is speaking for all of us and is giving us a good chance. Better than the cabinet that was hastily replaced by Mr. Johnson with all sorts of strange people.
Yeah, well, I think he just pulled in whoever happened to be passing the building at that moment.
Undoubtedly.
Do you know anything about politics? Well, I've seen the Parliament channel. He said, that's great, you're hired.
Particularly that lady who wants to bring back extra police and capital punishment.
Yeah.
I do know quite a lot of people called Patel, like Krishna, Jayesh and Daipash, and they don't need to have strange names like whether they're pretty or whether they're precious, which is another variation of it. So I think it's a bit abnormal, particularly as the lady was castigated by the UN for taking our money and sending it off.
Okay, I understood most of the front part of this call, but not so much the back end.
Yes.
But leave it with me, Sophia, and I'll try and unravel it in good time. Cheers, my dear. I think what she said was what the world needs now is more liberal democratism. Well, I say what the world needs now is love, sweet love. Any chance?
I'll bring us into war.
Not really. Here's a call in Chelsea. Hello, Peter.
Well, hi, Nick.
Peter.
Yeah, it's about global warming and experts.
Yes.
Well, Jeremy Corbyn's brother is an expert. He's an astrophysicist.
Yes, which means that he does experiments in space.
Well, whatever. He knows more than most of us know.
Whatever.
he says that if you believe in global warming, you're insane.
Wow,
That's
as in the membrane, insane in the brain.
Yeah. And I think he's a fairly clever guy. And never in my life did I think someone with the name of Corbyn would talk a bit of sense. I've never heard it before, but he's the first time. But it's his brother.
Right. So
maybe he should be the leader of the Labour Party.
So you dismiss the opinion of all other experts, and you accept the opinion of this expert because you agree with him.
Yes, well, I'm like everyone else. We all agree what we agree with. I mean, there's plenty of people who don't believe in global warming, plenty of experts.
Well, there's plenty of people who don't believe that the Earth is round, like a ball.
Well, I agree. Well, there are.
There's plenty of people who don't believe that we went to the moon.
I know.
There's plenty of people who don't believe that this is real life and that we are, in fact, hallucinating. Groovy. Gosh, I hope so.
That could be true, but the point is, a belief about global warming is the same as a belief about Earth. It's backed up by some science, but there are some scientists who don't agree with it.
Right.
And I agree that they should clear the oceans up. They should stop cutting down all the trees and stop hunting, glorious animals in Africa for their hides. I agree with all that, but I don't believe in global warming at all.
But why not? Just because one bloke with crazy hair said so?
Nothing to do with him, no. Something instinctively, there's something about it just doesn't ring true.
Okay, well, let me try and distill why you might not believe that. Because if you believe that global warming was man-made, but A, that it existed, and B, that it was man-made, then you would be impelled to do something about it. And that would mean, and that would mean changing your life, Peter, and nobody wants to do that.
Let me tell you what will happen if it is true. Let's say it's true. Well, human beings will do what they've always done, but the modern generation doesn't believe this can happen. They'll go to war. As soon as resources run short, they'll go to war, and then they can get rid of 2/3 of the human population and start again. And that's what's going to happen, by the way, whether you believe in it or not.
Right? Can we make a list of
in their DNA?
Can we make a list of the members of the human population that we'd like to be rid of? I mean, can we be specific about which ones we lose?
That's not the point, but they will go to war.
Right.
It's not about which ones go. I mean, it was interesting seeing that riot in Brazil in the jail there. They were decapitating one another. This is what human beings do.
Not because of climate change, surely.
No, I didn't say that. But the point is, human beings will go to war at the drop of a hat. Well, if this is true, we're going to run out of certain resources, water, food, then human beings will go to war over it. And so, don't
you think that it would be a good idea to prevent that from happening? Or we just shrug our shoulders and say, oh, well, the hell with it?
You'll never prevent it. It's like trying to prevent people who are putting rubbish down your street. That they just do what they want. And it's like we can't prevent big countries like China and India. They'll do what they want. And why shouldn't they?
But your position seems to be the human race will go to war at some point. There's no doubt about that. So let's just... nobody cares about anything anymore. Let's just not go to work.
That's maybe that's true.
Okay. All right, fling your door open, Peter, and I'll invite people to come and help themselves. If nothing means nothing no more. Thanks a lot, mate. Here's the story. Jeremy Corbyn's astrophysicist brother has claimed that man-made climate change does not exist and is manufactured by journalists. He looks like Doc out of Back to the Future. In April, Piers Corbyn, 72 years old. And he looks not a day over 75. He says claims of widespread consensus on the topic of man-made climate change are false. No, they're not. In April, Piers Corbyn, Jezza's brother, branded 16-year-old environmental activist Greta Thunberg an ignorant, brainwashed child who suffers mental abuse by manipulative adults. Wow. Have you said anything controversial lately? Good grief. Piers Corbyn, Jezza's brother, believes the root cause of rising temperatures is solar activity which produces natural climate change cycles. He said the general trend now is toward colder weather, and jet stream fluctuations and some very warm spells within a generally colder world. He said, I would say man-made climate change does not exist. This is a manufactured story that journalists have put out. Right. He says he supports this claim with a petition from the late 1990s signed by 30,000 sceptical scientists. It was the first I've heard. 30,000 scientists. The Labour leader's older brother, who runs a forecasting firm called Weather Action, will share his views at a 6-hour event in Moose Hall in Swindon on Saturday, apparently. He will talk at the seminar, which costs £10 each to get in. Too blooming much. Oh, this is long gone now. This is a story from the 21st of June. So if you were there and you managed to stay awake, then please tell me what it was like. Despite Piers' scepticism, said this story, it would appear his younger brother, Jezza, has a very different outlook on climate change. He has appointed Danielle Rowley as Shadow Minister for Climate Justice. We need to seek some justice here. Payback. 0345 6060 973. Let's have this call in Hove. Abby.
Hello.
Abby.
Good evening.
Abby.
How are you?
Wow, it's going really falteringly so far, Abby. I'm great, mate. How are you?
Well, I've got slightly chest infection.
Oh, really? Please, tell me more.
Stop whining.
I'm not whining, mate. You've had some right fruitcakes on tonight, haven't you?
Yeah, a couple of fruitcakes, and, yeah.
My mother used to have a great expression that sometimes, just in rare cases, when people have given birth, they ought to have kept the afterbirth and flushed something else.
Wow. And she kissed you with that mouth, did she?
What I wanted to say is, I've been listening all evening to people going on about different things, and not one person tonight has mentioned the fact, and I'm absolutely terrified, that this country is supposed to be democratic, and we've told that this referendum, everybody agreed that the outcome would be the outcome, and we would do whatever the result was. That's what we were told. And now, clearly, that's not going to happen, is it? I mean, they're doing everything.
Well, Boris is staking his reputation on it, innit?
Everything. I mean, 100 days to get it done. Yeah, righto. My mother's going to come back to life. You know what I mean? So,
no, but that's the whole point. Is they don't need to do anything. We'll just fall out in 90 days' time, regardless of what happens.
Yes, but my fear is, isn't anybody terrified that the 17, whatever it was, million people who voted to leave, I was one of them, that there isn't going to be some kind of war over this?
War?
Well, no.
Well, who's going to start a war? With whom?
War's the wrong word, but take to the streets, you know, like the minor riots used to be, and everyone was terrified.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I mean.
What, you mean the Leavers are going to start attacking the Remainers?
Yes.
Right.
I mean, don't you think that's a possibility?
Well, if that is a probability, then my money is on the Remainers, because they're more youthful and vigorous.
But that's not the point. That's not democratic.
Well, I thought that we'd left democracy a long way back.
Yeah, we have, but that's what's so frighteningly awful.
I mean, in the last 4 prime ministers we've now had, is it 3 that were just foisted upon us?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. And now we've got someone that likes to fly down zip wires. I mean, please.
Well, I'm still upset that somebody let him down. You know, he could still be up there if somebody hadn't let him down.
He should have been left up there.
Yeah, I want the name of the person that let him down.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more.
Okay, good work. Thanks a lot, Abby. Not in Brighton, by the way, but Hove.
Brighton, no, excuse me, Brighton and Hove, but it is Hove.
Hove, right, actually. Okay, thanks, Abby. Don't understand when texting or anything else, etc. Full stop, 2 spaces. See that 2 spaces after a full stop? Oh, Jacob Rees-Mogg is going to be beside himself. He's going to have his nanny give you a small round of applause on his behalf. Anyway, it goes on. Even I get it wrong, full stop, 2 spaces. This is what we are getting these days, and it also gets on my nerves. Disagree with the argument, all in capital letters, thereby ruining the effect. I don't understand what that means. Okay, punctuation is what people don't understand when texting or anything else, etc. Even I get it wrong. Even I. That's a bit presumptuous, isn't it? Who are you? Even I. Says, this is what we're getting these days, and it also gets on my nerves. Disagree with the argument. And then no full stop. That's awful. You had me, and then you lost me right at the end. Steve says, hi, Nick, why on earth should I read the messages that I send? Isn't that supposed to be your job? Thanks, says Steve. There you are, you see. Just a little bit of politeness at the end. He said, thank you.
Be polite!
Don't cost nothing, do it. Good manners. Southend, hello, Chris.
Oh, good evening, Nick.
Chris.
What was I going to say? There was something you spoke about last week where you gave a list of points that I think it was 6 or 7 signs that you're right wing. I think one was.
Oh no! It was better than that. These were. It's the army. The army released a list. Correct me if this is wrong, but I think you're referring to the army released a list to determine whether you are
a right-wing extremist.
Yeah, yes, whether you're a danger to the population. Yeah, let me see if I can find it again. But go on. What's your issue?
The one that was Islamophobia, obviously. Things like that. There was there's a few other points. Like I think believing in a sort of one pure race and things like that. But there was one.
I've got it here.
Yeah, I got on jolly good, Nick. you got to read it out.
You want me to read it out?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll set it up. This is a guide to help high-ranking British officers spot right-wing extremists in their ranks, and it was leaked. And the signs include the following. This is extreme right-wing indicators and warnings, according to the army. People that describe themselves as patriots. Now, not each individual one is not in itself an indicator that you are a Nazi.
But added together, it could be right-wing, yeah.
Yes, that's right. It's an accumulation of each of these characteristics that spells doom. People who describe themselves as patriots, they describe multicultural towns as lost. They look at opponents as traitors. Boy, we do get a lot of that about these days, don't we? Become increasingly angry at perceived injustices or threats to the so-called national identity. Claim that immigration is the root of injustices against vulnerable people, for example, old-age pensioners or veterans. People who refer to political correctness as some left-wing or communist plot. They make inaccurate generalizations about the left or the government. And they use blatantly untruthful or incorrect references to immigrants, to Judaism or Islam. Those are a few of the highlights of this list, and do not include.
But you say, yeah. But I suppose the point was that I say if you take them all together, then that could be. I mean, we're going
to annex the Sudetenland.
Well, we're going to take to them. I'd probably say that I do feel culturally British, I suppose, but I wouldn't necessarily. It's going to sound bad. I wouldn't necessarily die for my country. Let's put it that way.
What?
In fact, there are certain areas that
traitor.
I know exactly. It makes you a traitor, but that's because I don't practically die.
Yeah, exactly. You'd rather not die. That's all.
There's things as well, like for instance, people who blame immigration for all the evils of society. I mean, my argument has always been, well, I think the reason why perhaps the North has lost its significance in terms of its economic output is simply because the heavy industry died.
Exactly.
It's a heavy industry.
Of course.
And
we're in a period of flux. It used to be that all those chimneys would belch black smoke, and a certain number of people at the very, very top would make a giant sum of money, and everybody else would be in work right enough, but they wouldn't be, that wealthy. Now all that industry is gone, and it is yet to be replaced with something else. I mean, in the fullness of time, no doubt it will be, but it's going to take time. And in the meantime, of course, time does tick on, and people's lives are affected, but there's nothing you can do about that.
But there was the point on political correctness. Now, I'm a bit critical of it. I think a lot of people say it started out as politeness, and I can certainly see how it was well intended.
Yeah.
But I think the trouble is now it's evolved into a sort of form of, sort of victimhood, censorship and kind of and things like that. And also I think as well, to a large extent, they're only words. I mean, for instance, I've got an older relative who happens to use the word coloured to describe black people. Now, I don't personally believe, I could be wrong, I don't personally believe she is a racist. I think she's just using a term that she was
familiar with, in her youth,
And also the other reason why she used it as well, this is why I asked it, is because she said, well, I thought calling them black was politically incorrect, but it turns out it's the other way round. But
the language is a constantly shifting and changing entity.
Yeah, but that's the problem with stuff. It would become too fixated on language, and also I think one of the things I don't like, especially with politicians, is the way that I think they've become so engrossed in identity politics, mainly because I think it's used to sort of divide and conquer. And I think that, rather than focusing on identity, what they should be doing is try and unite us, probably in some sort of common cause. But secondly, doing more to help people struggling. Like, for instance, why hasn't anybody mentioned capping rents on properties? Why hasn't anybody mentioned...
Well, I believe that Uncle Jezza has mentioned just that, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, he has, yeah, but look how he got slated by the press.
Well, the press are trying to bury him in a big hole like they have been for about 4 years now. Ever since he stuck his bearded face above the parapet, they've been trying to... they've been levelling their cannons at him. I bet they're scratching their heads wondering why they haven't managed to bury him yet.
Well, I don't know. I'll tell you what, I did watch the Panorama documentary, actually, just recently, and I don't think it made good reading. You see, I just wonder... Well, I don't think it, put Jeremy Corbyn in a positive light.
Right. Well, see, I didn't see that, but let me guess what's in that documentary. Was at some point a reporter walking or running or cycling towards camera, waving his or her arms about while music played in the background, like they're on a blooming pop video?
Well,
what's wrong with that show? It used to be an intelligent program where learned people would talk in close up at length to camera. Now it's like a hip hop video.
Well, we'll go as far as saying that possibly, but it's maybe like CNN really, essentially, because CNN really has got. It's like, I don't know, it's like they're trying to bamboozle you with images, CNN. It's sort of like a sped up version of ITV News. That's what CNN is, really. But,
it's because nobody's got an attention span anymore, because we're all used to having things cut. That if you just have a person talking for more than about 30 seconds, then people aren't interested anymore. Their mind will start wandering and they'll look at their phones and start picking their nose and staring out the window.
But the thing is, though, I do like a lot of Jeremy Corbyn's policies, but the problem is, I think that he wants to be kind of fair, reasonable. He doesn't believe in kind of Pump Judy politics.
Yeah.
But to a large extent, I think, I'll be honest with you, I wish Labour had Ed Miliband back. I think if Ed Miliband had a bacon sandwich, he wouldn't have got in this mess, would he? And I think... Well,
there is a spare. How about David Miliband? Or does that little silver dot on the front of his hair piece, does that just kind of put you off? Because that's just properly weird to me. How come there's just one silver dot on the front of his head? What's that about?
I think I know when you're on about. I can't say I've noticed it until you brought it up, honestly, but I can't say I've noticed it that much. But don't you think it has come to a stage where Corbyn has got to go to a large extent, because he's not savvy enough sometimes, and also I don't think he's able to unite his party.
Well, I think that the right wing press have sort of won. It took them a good long while. They've been they had a campaign of battering him from the moment he appeared, because, and I've said this before, he stated at one time that if he was elected, one of the first things he would do is look into the ownership of a large number of news outlets in the hands of a small number of offshore non-tax-paying foreign or British owners. There's only a few of them, and they're all offshore, apart from anything else. And so when he said that, they all freaked and started pounding him. And I think that their campaign to bury him is finally reaping some reward. So, yeah, it's probably time for him to step aside.
But you don't think, with those, the thing that the Panorama documentary did talk about mostly was the anti-Semitism row, which seems to have dogged the Labour Party for the last 3 years. I don't know where I'll stand. I mean, either.
Well, I stand here that if they're really trying to tell us that the Conservative Party does not have a racist bone in its body, then I'm a banana sundae. I mean, come on. Those are the bores, the old geezers who prop up the bar at the golf club. Those people aren't racist. Come off it.
I know you mean, yeah. But the thing is, though, I think even if Jeremy Corbyn's not anti-Semitic himself, he hasn't done enough probably to stamp it out, is what I'd say, of his party.
He is now irreparably stained. First call in this hour in Belfast. Hello, Holly.
Hi, I was out to... Hi, Nick. Anyway, I was out tonight in Belfast at a bar, and someone was dressed in a Boris Johnson costume. And I thought, generally, this is a very dangerous place we're going, making a mockery of our democracy. Do you feel the same way? Or?
So somebody was in a bar in a Boris Johnson costume?
Yes.
Well, what does that look like?
It looks really stupid, very orange. But the point is,
orange.
They're making it democracy.
Well, are you sure it wasn't? Are you sure it wasn't a Donald Trump costume?
Well, it was close to it. Yeah.
Right. Hard to tell them apart, really.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the point. The line is becoming blurred between these two, and we're coming very high.
Oh, they're connected at the hip. Yes, those two should get a room.
But should democracy not be honoured more than costumes? And do you not think this is a dangerous way we're going?
What, with people showing up in a Boris Johnson costume at a bar? Is that what you mean?
Just messing about and basically, well, they're just making fun of who we are and our leaders, and
but
I don't think it should generally be.
You don't think people should make fun of our leaders? But Holly, that's all we've got left. We don't even get to vote for our leaders anymore.
Yes, no, I do think that, but I think the line is becoming much more blurred.
Is it? Well,
if we do that, I think we should hold them to account more than having costumes and...
Well, absolutely, but it's a start. The line is getting blurred. I bet your line is blurred right now, Holly. Yeah, a little bit. Okay, cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. A little bit blurred. Ross in London says, what happened to the Nick and Carol podcast? I can't find it. That's because it's not out, Ross. Also, do the Brian Cox impersonation. It always makes me feel better. No, I'm not a puppet to be dangled about. He says, look at the stars, Nick. Oh, they're amazing. That hippie off the telly, an actual real-life scientist. Can you believe that? Yeah, the Nick and Carol podcast. Oh, okay. So Carol's told me, she's instructed me that we're going to start it in September, because August is a bad time to start anything, because everybody's on their jolly holidays. So we thought we'll start it in September when everybody's back. Probably after the first week in September is what we're going to do. Now, we've done some already from some of the problems that people have emailed in. And if you want us to do your problem, then email it to us at nickandcarol@global.com. That's NICKANDCAROL @global.com. nickandcarol@global.com. Any problem you like, but don't be expecting a serious answer, because it's not a serious, it's not going to be a serious effort on our parts. But Carol McGiffin and me back together, we're going to be doing a podcast that will be released on a weekly basis starting in September. I think you'll like it. Let's have Wembley. Hello, Patrick.
Hi, how you doing, Nick?
Good, thanks.
Good evening. Last time I was on your show, I said a naughty word, so I do apologise to your viewers for that.
Okay.
Good job we got it in time. I just wanted to disagree with your viewer, listener, I should say, who rang in about the sort of army policy, and I wanted to kind of give my viewpoint on that. That's all. I won't try and go on a rant this time.
Army policy?
Well, see, when it was being spoken about, and when you kind of receive answers from questions you're putting out there, everybody's got their opinion on it, and it's the same as sitting in a black cab or at your local pub or you're in a local cafe and you get kind of general. But the army, it's a very unfortunate situation because of our history and because of our monarch and because of the way that goes back. And I know you have certain views towards Labour and everything else like that. So,
but I'm at a loss as to what it is that you're referring to, though, Patrick. What is it that you've heard on this programme that has exercised you? I don't get it.
No. Sorry, let me explain. When you say about army policy, well, you don't say about army policy. I beg pardon. I'm just going to try and clarify this.
Are you talking about that list to help high-ranking British officers stop right-wing extremists?
And look at certain threats, and look at certain things to look at and things to be aware of and everything else like that. You have something in the army called the AGI system. So, for instance, that is a bit like when you're in prison. You have the IEP system. It's an incentive to kind of not do wrong, not get your pay docked, things like that. So if you keep messing up, you come onto a certain... you come to the fore, of course you do. Everybody realises you're not quite pulling your weight and certain measures are taken, and those measures aren't always agreeable. Also, in terms of dealing with people in the higher echelons of rank and that structure there, and certainly when it comes to intelligence and things like that, and people's certain ties and links. And one of the questions on the Army form, or the Navy, or the Air Force, for that matter, and there are a lot of other different forms as well.
Which, again, Patrick, are you sure that you heard it on this show? Because what you're talking about doesn't ring any bells with me.
Well, a moment ago, you spoke to a listener who spoke about the Army had certain ways that they targeted certain people to turn around and say that they were of high risk in terms of extremism, etc.
No, this is a list that has been leaked from to help high-ranking British officers spot right-wing extremists.
Right, okay, and I fully agree with you. This is a list that has been leaked, which says something about high-ranking officers spotting extremists. However, this isn't a very prevalent piece of information. This is something that every intelligence services, which backs up every military service inside every country, and certainly ours, one of the greatest, is aware of and has certain practices to do. This leak, amongst other leaks, currently make me sort of sit there and go, okay, that's an interesting one. But the fact is they stop people on a daily basis for the terrorism act. That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't actually mean anything. Children are stabbing each other to death.
Yeah, I think you're missing the point. This is a list for high-ranking British officers to spot right-wing extremists in their ranks.
No, I understand your point. I don't think I'm missing the point at all. I think.
So can we skip to what your point is? Because I'm confused.
Well, sorry. Let me try and clarify it again. My point is that we shouldn't look at the army spotting extremist views in certain high-ranking officials within their certain organisation.
No, not within high-ranking officials. It's to help high-ranking officers spot right-wing extremists in their ranks.
Right, okay. So if there were high-ranking extremists in their ranks...
No, not high-ranking extremists in their ranks.
Sorry, re-explain what you were trying to say, Nick. Sorry,
I tell you what, Patrick, just listen to the podcast. I can't go through all that again. Blimey. But I do wish you all the best. 0345 6060 973. Declan says, it's being reported that Sinn Féin are considering allowing some of their MPs to take their seats in Parliament after the summer recess. What will that do to Johnson's wafer-thin majority? Only one now. Wow, it just keeps getting worse and worse, doesn't it, Boris?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Aurora. Is that your name? Aurora. Aurora says climate change is cyclical and it happens in multiple timescales. Wow, you just blow my mind.
Groovy.
She says, climate change is cyclical, capital C, and it happens in multiple timescales, full stop, occurring from years to decades, centuries and millennia. Again, somewhat confusing. In other words, you're saying it has nothing to do with human nature or human action. This planet was like that when we got here, in other words. Mark in Mansfield says, Nick Abbott, spelt wrong. You think you have problems. My wife is Scottish, my half-brothers are American, and my half-sister is married to a Portuguese, and their daughters are French and I'm English. I don't know where my loyalties lie, says Mark. Let's have... Well, I can't help you, Mark. Nothing to do with me. That much I do know. Lewisham. Hello, Jane.
Hello, Nick.
Jane.
You know, I do like your programme and I look forward to it.
But?
Brexit. Shock horror.
Yeah.
The rich may not be so rich. They may have to share. But the poor shall be no more. Because us Brexiteers are going to give the globe a shake and we're going to take poverty off the planet.
How are you going to do that, then?
We're just going to give the globe a real shake.
Yes.
Right, we've got to put certain things into action that the rich haven't let us do. And you just see we'll have poverty no more. So
I don't know how you're going to manage that, though, Jane. How are you going to manage poverty no more?
We shall, because we've got such phenomenal technology. Phenomenal at this moment. But they won't let you share it. Well, we shall be running the show.
Who?
And we shall... Us Brexiteers.
You Brexiteers are going to be running the show. You think that Brexiteers, like Jacob Rees-Mogg and Boris Johnson, are going to share?
No, we'll tell them what to do.
And
we shall. And we've got the Realist Party. Don't forget about the Realist Party.
Which one's that?
That Emily needs to be a realist. She needs to look at everything. She's just uneducated, that Emily is.
Well, there's a lot of that about, Jane. No doubt about that.
Right. So, speak to you later.
Well, that sounds like a threat. Didn't it? Don't threaten me. We're all shook up like Elvis Presley.
Rock and roll!
0345 6060 973. Did that, any of that make sense?
No.
But it fits right in. Des says, I didn't realise you did guests. Great to hear a Brexit Party MEP on the show. Yeah, we're going to take over and all poverty will be consigned to the dustbin of history. I can't wait. Jacob Rees-Mogg is going to start sharing out his money. Won't that be great? I hope that he's got a farthing for me. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @lbc. I want to talk about that Google camp. Did you hear about the Google camp? And a certain individual showed up, which should not be a surprise to any of us. But what he said when he got there was, well, it's just flat out funny. But there's Piers Corbyn was at Nigel Farage's victory party when we left the EU. Really? I wasn't aware that had happened yet. He says, he's one of our own, says Gaz. He's one of them, you mean? Ugh. Another one of those.
We've got a few idiots in our party.
Lucas says, oh God, that caller is gold material. I knew it from the first sentence. Brexiteers will shake the world. Yeah, we're going to shake it up like a snow globe. Pretty. And Danny says, have you ever thought about switching and becoming a hard Brexiteer just to confuse everyone? I think it's definitely something worth considering. What, you mean like a newspaper columnist will change their opinion based on what day it is? Newspaper columnists don't believe anything they write. It's just all for effect. Or they've been told to think whatever they're writing by their editor. They don't believe any of it. They change their minds like Steve Allen changes his socks. They wear it one day and then throw it away, never to be seen again. And Steve, by the way, that's not saving the planet. Can you not wear socks more than once?
No.
Every time one of those barges goes down the Thames, one of those barges full of rubbish that goes down the Thames, I think, there's a boat of Steve Allen's socks going to landfill. Do your bit, Steve, to save the environment. Get your marigolds on and your suds out. Give them a rinse. I mean, twice? Come on, you can wear socks twice. Here's a call in Reigate. Hello, Jill.
Hello, Nick.
Jill.
Yeah. I just have to say, I've missed some of this because I was driving home, but I think what nut jobs we have ringing up and saying about climate change, it's pollution, it's what we've done to the earth.
Yes.
And Jeremy Corbyn and his brother, my word, if that's all we've got to run the country, I really have to laugh.
We're doomed.
When Boris Johnson come in, the only thing I thought was that'd be a laugh with him and Trump having a comedy act. I don't really think there's anybody that I would trust running this country that is in power at the moment.
And what do you think about this whole Steve Allen socks issue?
Well, if he's so clever that he can't wash his own socks, it's only a bit of suds and some water, why don't he give it to the homeless, the socks to the homeless? At least they'd be doing something than throwing them in the bin. I mean, that is just a waste of money, isn't it?
Yeah. I hope you're listening, Steve. He's probably not listening.
He's probably not, and he won't like it anyway, because he never takes calls, because he doesn't like people being horrible to him, so he's horrible to them.
Well, he's met people, and he's not keen, like me.
What, on people?
Yeah.
No, I think I'd rather have dogs as myself. So
yeah, exactly. There you go, yeah.
There you go,
All right,
yeah.
Thanks a lot, Jill. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, we seem to be ruining the planet, there's no doubt about it, and people are the problem. They're not the solution, they're the problem. This says, full stop, this says colon, full stop, comma, colon, semicolon, apostrophe, inverted commas, question mark, exclamation mark, and then the dot in the middle. I don't know what that dot is. What's that dot in the middle of the... It's not a full stop, it's raised up slightly.
Yeah, I don't know, actually.
No, we don't know. Says, take a breath, Nick, here's some punctuation. Forward this to your more illiterate listeners so they have some punctuation to use. And while you're at it, let Jesus into your heart. Nick, have you allowed Jesus into your heart, Nick? Why do you hate Jesus, Nick? Oh, let's hope that bloke's not calling up. Ugh, I couldn't stand it. But I do wish him all the best, and I hope he has a happy life. Let's have a call in Addlestone. Mike.
Yes.
Can I call you Mick Mike?
Yes.
You seem unsure. Do you want to think about it?
Anyway, I'd like to talk about this climate change.
Mike, please speak directly into the phone.
Okay.
There you are.
Climate change.
Climate change.
The solar cycle.
The what?
Is 11. The solar cycle.
The solar cycle.
Yes. The number of years for the magnetic field of the sun to so basically the north to go south of the magnetic field on the sun is 11 years.
I think your phone is being affected by a magnetic field, Mike. Are you standing near any heavy objects?
Probably. Anyway, so the Times published the 10 hottest years since records began.
And they're all since 2002.
Right. And they published all of the cold temperatures.
Yeah, and you have to go back to 1963.
18... no, they go back to...
Yeah, the last top 10 cold year was 1963.
Correct.
Wow, I got that one right.
Okay. So 1962, add on 4 11s. Okay. 1962.
Yes.
You add on 4 11s. We get 2000.
Well, 4 11s are 56. Yes.
No.
1962 plus 56 is 2034.
And if you add 4 11s to 63, you get 2007.
2007, right? Probably not, but
And
more or less. It's not a precise subject, maths. It's more about feelings. If that's what you feel it is, Mike, then I'm not here to dissuade you.
And so that's between the two coldest recent years and two of the recent hot years.
Right. Well, you're making a lot of sense. What's your conclusion, Mike? In closing. Wow. I think you've just been. I think we've got a party line with a Dalek. What just happened there? Blimey, you drop more silences than I do. Are you all right?
Okay, anyway.
I think somebody has exterminated him. Have you been exterminated?
Affirmative.
Let's hope so. Did anybody have any idea what that was about?
No.
No, me neither. But it's something about the weather. There's a lot of weather and it's mostly outside. I think you'll find that is correct. Thanks a lot, Mike. Tremendous call. Don't ever ring again. Connor says, Mike fits right into the show. Bravo. Yeah, I suppose he does. I expect it's my fault. I apologise.
I am very sorry that I screwed up. Totally I am so sorry. You just don't know how sorry I am. I'm sorry.
Mick says, I've got a problem for you and Carol McGiffin. It's Ramonas who can't accept losing. What can be done to help them so that they can just get over it? Don't start, Mick. Carol McGiffin and I disagree about everything, but particularly Brexit. So no Brexit-related stories, otherwise she'll have a fit. And we'll end up at each other's throats. We're getting along just fine. Don't stir. Cindy says, can Mike be on tomorrow night? Probably yes. Probably yes. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets his own show. He could be our weather expert. This says, I think he is the best caller that I have ever put through to LB. Is that you, sir?
I'm so proud of my work.
The best caller that my glamorous assistant has ever put on the air on LBC. But it did take up a lot of time, though. So there is that. Lulu says, I always love your entertaining show. Tell Jane and others they are not Brexit-ears, they are Brexit-ers. Nothing like musketeers, that lot. Brexiters, Brexiteers. Yes, there is a certain heroic tinge to the word Brexiteers, whereas Brexiters just sounds like a mistake. Ers, as in... Yeah. They're undecided. And Catherine in Chingford says, Nick, am I losing my mind? Yes, Catherine, that is my professional opinion. Get help. But she actually says, am I losing my mind? Well, that's probably also very, very likely. Your mind is becoming looser, Catherine. Stare at this watch as it swings to and fro. Your mind is becoming loose. Can you feel it?
Yowza.
Says that last caller, female, appears to think we will get rich after Brexit. Surely we haven't reached this level of lunacy. Oh yes we have, Catherine. Oh yes we have. Yeah, that was that nice caller who said that the world was going to be shaken up and all poverty was going to be eradicated by Jacob Rees-Mogg and Boris Johnson. Yeah, they're going to start spreading their wealth around. Anybody believe that? No. Yeah, share it fairly, but don't take a slice of my pie.
Rock and roll!
03, get Pink Floyd on the phone and they'll sing it to us. For a massive amount of money. God, I wonder how much they cost. Can you imagine? Let's have a whip round. Says Mike, the nice fellow that I was talking to just some moments ago, Mike actually got me laughing until I stopped. I want to buy his phone and use it to call Nick Ferrari. Nick Ferrari would not have put up with that. I can tell you that right now. In fact, I should run this show more along the lines of the Nick Ferrari broadcast. I should always be thinking, what would Nick Ferrari do? Well, he wouldn't have taken that call in the first place. He'd have had his people wheedle it out. Nick Ferrari's got people, and I've got
Hello.
You.
Henry.
Isn't that awful? Okay, so you probably read about this year's Google Camp. Did you read about that? My invite must have got lost in the post. I kept ringing them up, but they wouldn't return my call. The Google Camp, nicknamed Davos by the Sea, that jolly that brings together a crowd of the rich and shameless, for a freebie by the sea, a guest list of power and money and influence, who all got spirited to a top-secret place for a weekend of fun. All paid for by Google, who can spend that kind of money ingratiating itself with the people of influence because they don't pay any taxes. Actually, that's not true. They always pay all of the taxes that are legally due in every jurisdiction in which they do business.
Correct.
It's just that they employ a vast, shiny building full of genius accountants and lawyers that magic that tax bill down to less than the coins that you would find in the ashtray of your car.
Fabulous.
Last year, Google was accused of avoiding enough UK corporation tax to give the NHS 60,000 more nurses. It's all connected, people. Now, £1.5 billion estimate by the campaign group the Tax Justice Network in an analysis for the Mirror in April this year, based on the firm booking all UK sales here rather than apparently diverting them abroad or into space or into a cloud of pixie dust that only exists in the imagination. And that £1.5 billion would be almost 24 times the 67 million that Google says it actually paid in corporation tax in 2018. Of course, you remember that Google agreed a deal with Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs. Not now. That was in 2016 to hand over 130 million quid in back taxes. And that was after we were freaking out at great volume at how little that company had been paying. I mean, can you imagine that? If Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs made an outcry at the amount of tax you were paying, it wouldn't make a deal with you, it would send you to jail. So that's how the company Google can afford to fly in hundreds of celebrities and influential people to spirit them all there by private jet and yacht. And, of course, the family that pays for nothing sent their own emissary too. The Duke of Sussex was there. And I bet a lot of you are thinking, who's the Duke of Sussex when he's at home? Well, it's Hazza, out of Hazza and Sparkles. And what did his Dukeness give a speech on when he got there? Sustainability. You've got to be kidding me. Sustainability. This jaunt that provided the biggest concentration of private jets and yachts in the world, where practically the whole island of Sicily was repurposed for their convenience, was all in the name of climate change. I mean, you couldn't make it up. And His Dukeness, Hazza, delivered what was described as a barefoot speech on the topic of climate change and also conservation to celebrities and entrepreneurs and high-flying business leaders. And reports say that his speech was impassioned. Really? Really? Prince Harry feels strongly about climate change and conservation, does he? Well, how about this, Your Impassioned Highness? Could you and your family possibly get by with just the one palace? Do you really need 4 palaces, 3 castles, 2 lodges, 5 houses, and assorted estates, cottages, parks and manors? So, to get the message about us consuming less for the benefit of the planet, 114 private jets and so many super yachts that you couldn't see the sea, we used to ferry them to and from sessions about the most pressing issues facing the planet, like what time's lunch? And do you have another brand of champagne? Because the label on this one doesn't go with the colour of my dog. I am stunned. Oh, it's all about sustainability, they said. They must think we're stupid. Highbury, hello, Jimmy.
Hello.
Jimmy.
Hello, mate.
Jimmy.
How's it going? Listen, I was just like in the mirror getting ready to go out.
Yes.
I don't usually listen to your show. I'm sort of a music person, really.
Oh, yeah, what kind of music?
Well, all sorts, do you know what I mean?
All sorts? Well, that's a bit vague, isn't it?
Well, I like a bit of reggae music.
Yes.
A little bit of something to dance with the ladies to, do you know what I mean, mate?
Now, is it dance hall or dub reggae?
Well, it depends on who I'm with.
Okay.
At the time.
Fair enough, fair enough, yeah.
But anyway, I came across an old radio that I had, and I thought, oh, let me just plug it in and see if it works.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean?
listen to an old radio show.
Yes.
They dial up Alan Freeman, something like that.
Anyway, I come across this station, and it really is so funny. It's like I heard this lady, and she was talking about she was a Brexiteer. When we leave, the poor are going to be a lot richer,
I can't
and the
wait.
rich share their money. Yeah, that pricked my ears, and I am going to listen to the rest of the show, and I'll probably listen to it next Friday as well. Can she call back? Please, love, I'd love you to call back and explain how I'll be able to get a bit more money.
Please, I am begging you, don't call back.
Please, I am begging her to call back. Because I really need some of this money. Yeah. And I want to know, because there are a few rich people on my road, and I'd like to know which one of them will be sharing their money with me.
Well, whichever one leaves their front door open, that's the one to just waltz in and help yourself.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
This is a beautiful show. I love it. And I'm hooked now.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Jimmy. I appreciate it. 0345 6060 973. He's hooked. Just say no. Just say no, thank you. I mean, good manners don't cost nothing, do they?
Be polite.
Steve says, your glamorous assistant sounds like Marc Francois. or some other member of Dad's army. Yeah, no doubt. Jay says, Mike, please call back. Yeah, hey, Mike, don't call back. And TJ in Coulsdon says, God forbid Brexit ever happens, especially a no-deal Brexit, but if it does and it goes belly up, which it surely will, and the ordinary man in the street finds themselves worse off in every respect, how long before all these Brexiteers that currently shout their mouth off suddenly change tack and start saying, well, I never voted for it anyway? That'll never happen, TJ, because that would mean a loss of face. So they will just blame something else, as they do at the moment. You don't have to wait before there is a negative effect on the economy, on your own lives. It's happened already. Unless you don't have money, in which case you're okay. I mean, if you're sleeping in a shoe shop doorway and you're surviving on day-old sandwiches, that passers-by give you out of pity, then your circumstances have not changed. They're still the same. Everybody else, people who have actually got money, however small an amount, your pound has shrunk before your very eyes. As your waist gets bigger, your pound gets smaller. Curious, that. That and many other reasons and effects, all negative, that it's had on the economy so far, but it's absolutely pointless me listing them because nobody's remotely interested in facts anymore. Facts just sound like... Yeah, we're all about feelings now, baby. And if you feel that everything is fine and dandy, then everything will be in your furious crimson world. Stephen tweets, the only Terminator movie I haven't fully seen is Terminator Salvation, as at approximately 1/3 into the movie, they introduced a character, a 6-year-old hipster-style girl. The movie hadn't been going well to that point, but this made me snap. And I stormed out of the cinema. Well, I don't remember that. Terminator Salvation, isn't that the one with Christian Bale? I thought that was quite good, that one. I mean, Arnie only shows up very, very briefly.
Affirmative.
But I don't remember the 6-year-old hipster-styled girl. I don't recall that at all. Terminator Salvation. Which one is that?
Okay, because I thought I missed you there.
Oh, no, he's on speakerphone. Leave it with me and I'll look it up. Ananas. Ananas. A-N-A-N-A-N-A-S. Ananas. Do-do-do-do-do. An ananas. An ananas tweets, I'm sure Mike used to commentate on the on the chess on Channel 4. Chess on Channel 4. Wow, I'm really upset that I missed that. That sounds fascinating.
Boring!
Can you believe they put that on TV? 0345 6060 973. Let's have Croydon. Ricardo.
Hello, Nick.
Ricardo.
How are you?
I'm super. Thanks for asking. Very polite of you to ask.
So am I.
I didn't ask. I didn't ask.
Oh, sorry.
Impolitely, I'm not remotely interested. But go on.
All right. I think Donald Trump is having too much influence in UK's politics. What say you?
I say correct amundo.
Oh, good. And he has been promising us about having trade deals after Brexit. I think his word should not be taken for it, because he could play any card on any given day.
If there's one thing that we know about Donald Trump is that you cannot trust his word. Do not believe in him.
Believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me. Okay?
Nobody believes you, Donny.
Well, neither do I. So I think we should be very careful as to what we make, what decisions we make, because we may very well not be happy with what happened.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Brexit.
Don't cross your fingers and hope for Donald Trump to rescue us, because you might not like the result. Yes.
Well, quite a number of people are caught up in believing that he will definitely rescue the UK.
I'm not sure it's a belief. It's more a hope. It's a desperate act of hope to put the future of this country in the hands of that orange nightmare. Donito Mussolini. Don't do it, people.
Oh, okay, Nick. Good speak.
Oh, world's gone crazy.
The old bag is right. Claire says, are you sure that Mick Mike did not have any communication difficulties? No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure of anything, Claire. I think that's pretty clear, isn't it? Christine says, have you still got the military intelligence man on hold? We're doomed. No, I don't. I think he's gone to dig a mission hut or build one. Do you dig one or build one? You build one, don't you? Dixie tweets, Brexit is negative, unemployment, or rather employment, all-time high, house prices crashing, rents crashing, wages rising, sterling falling. The 17.4 million that voted to leave are benefiting by the second. The rich are seeing the detriment. Where is the negative? No, put that back. I need to go through that like bit by bit. Okay, I'll give you the negative. Unemployment is at an all-time high. Well, perhaps, but what kind of employment? Because I see proper jobs, outward-facing, in retail, for instance, jobs that people actually like, having contact with other people, helping them, assisting them, and changing those jobs to running around on a scooter delivering people pizza in 30 minutes or less, otherwise your pay gets docked, or working in some hellhole warehouse for 12 hours a day, being run ragged by a computer that is always overseeing everything that you do.
Correct.
So that's the employment part. House prices crashing. Well, I fail to see how that's a good thing. And they're actually not. It very much depends on where you are. I mean, London's like super prime areas aren't really crashing because the pound's so low that everything in this country's got a for sale sign on. So the millionaires and billionaires who want to come in and buy our stuff are having a field day. So if sterling falls, that means that everything in this country is on sale, which means that foreigners, which I thought we voted to leave the European Union to be surrounded by fewer of, foreigners are coming in and buying all our stuff. That surely is not what people voted for. Rents are crashing. I beg to differ. Wages are rising. A tiny amount. Certainly not enough to wipe out 10 years of austerity, they aren't. And neither really have wages risen at all in real terms since the 1970s. So that's not going to make people feel richer. A couple more pennies in their pockets, particularly as prices are rising. And prices are rising higher than wages are rising. Now, there is a delay in price rising, which was being caused by sterling. There's a delay. It doesn't happen immediately, but some things do happen straight away. And they are things that we rely on, like petrol, for instance. Have you tried to squirt petrol up your car lately? Very expensive. And food is going up as well. There was a little delay with food, but you'll find that your shop at the supermarket, you get less for your money now. So there's the detriment, Dixie. You just have to look, just raise your eyes just for a moment and look about you. Where is the negative? It's all around. And Kay says, did you watch the US debates this week, Nick? No, I did not. What do I want to do that for? Certainly not. No. I'm too disappointed with the American public to put my faith in them making the right decision next time around.
I love the poorly educated.
Exactly. Greenwich. Hello, David.
Oh, hello. Hello, Nick.
David.
Hello, Nick. I love your programme.
Thanks, David.
I don't always agree with you, but I do love your programme.
Right. Well, what have I got wrong today?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Wow, that doesn't sound like me.
Rees-Mogg, right, is telling people how to...
Jacob Rees-Mogg, Esquire, yes.
Is telling people how to, use correct English, right?
Like what you do.
Yes. Well, can I take a favour? Can I spell his name for you?
Spell whose name?
Rees-Mogg.
Can you spell his name? Well, I don't know. Let's find out.
Can I spell his name?
We're about to discover, David. Go ahead. Give it a go. J. A.
R. E.
C.
Double
O.
S.
B.
N.
That's Res.
U. G. Rees-Mogg.
Oh my God, David! Please tell me you're not a listener with material.
Well, no, I mean...
Yes! Oh, no! Painful. He's doing spelling. A spelling joke. Has a spelling joke ever been funny?
No.
Not really. But thanks for the effort, David. We appreciate it. Except that, not really. Steph says, hey, Nick, ananas is Italian for pineapple. No idea why you should care, but it's a fact. I very much doubt that, Steph. There's no evidence to suggest that ananas is Italian for anything, or even that Italian is a language. Prove it. Plus, it wasn't ananas, it was anananas. A-N-A-N-A-N-A-N-A-S. Anananas. Ananas may be a pineapple, but what's anananas? A pineapple. Pineapple. I had no idea I was going to say that. It's alarming, this, ain't it? There's a person on the air that has got no idea what he's about to say next.
Warning, warning.
Someone come in here and stop me. Is he still there? Are you still there, David?
It's very nice of you. I'll let you get on with your,
okay.
Your
all right.
intelligent conversation.
Now he's just being sarcastic. Now he's trolling me. Can you believe that? But he does say...
Bye-bye.
Yeah, ta-ta. He's still there. Are you still there? Oh, no, he's gone. Just in time. John says, looking forward to Mick Mike's regular Think of a Number feature. Hey, think of a number.
6.
No, that's not right. Daz says, wages haven't risen since the 1970s, you say. Is that not roughly how long we've been signed up to the EU? Just asking. Yeah, but it ain't got nothing to do with the EU, because wages have not risen across the Western world, including America. Americans' wages haven't risen in real terms since the 1970s, or you could maybe even go back further than that, there or thereabouts. We flatlined. 90% of the population of the Western world have flatlined. And prices have gone up. Some prices have gone down, of course. Some of the things that we like to surround ourselves with, all this nonsense of modern life, big fridges, TVs, and video players and or their current equivalent, electronics, all that sort of stuff, that's come down in price. Perhaps cars have too. Your average ordinary... Please don't ask me about my car. By the way, I'll take no questions about my car, which is still broken. Not that I'm upset or complaining, you understand.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
But the things... And food, of course, has also come down in price significantly. And the choice that is available has increased dramatically. But what is left at the end of the week has not increased since the 1950s. Certainly in America. In America, in the 1950s... the man would be able to go out to work, and the woman would stay at home baking apple pie and brushing the blonde hair of their perfect children, and they'd have 2 cars in the drive, and they'd go on holiday 3 times a year, and they'd have no end of money. They wouldn't know what to do with it. Chris says, getting seriously fed up with the Liberal so-called Democrats and the Remain tactics in general. They are risking this country's future and our democracy. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. The Remain tactics in general. What, you mean when the Lib Dems and the Greenies, you know the Greenies?
Groovy.
Yeah, them. They had some sort of pact. I don't know, maybe it was spoken. I believe it wasn't written down. But it was an agreement in effect not to stray on each other's territory, thereby giving the Lib Dems a free ride in this by-election that's just gone. Is that what you're referring to? Because the Tory party are going to do the exact same thing with the Brexiteer or the Brexit party, and that, Chris, will probably be just super and dandy and fine with you. See, when the left do it, it's evil and it's unpatriotic. When the right do it, but finally somebody is doing something to save the country. It's like spending. When Uncle Jezza suggested throwing money around like a drunken sailor, then it was just another example of Labour's fiscal... He says, I'm listening to you for the first time in 26 years. What effect do you think Brexit will have on the chances of Scotland having a second referendum? Rob Wilson, former Tory MP, told Andrew Pearce that Brecon was one of the best results possible for the Tories. I'm lost for words, says Rich. Really? You know, I haven't even mentioned this yet because there's so much else going on, you know, what with the weather and all. And the other issues that we have discussed. But apparently the Conservatives spent 4 times as much as the Liberal Democrats on advertising during the Brecon and Radnorshire by-election. And they still lost. Still lost. It's not always about the money, honey. Sometimes, you know, the policies and the promises get an oar in every now and again. The Conservatives spent 4 times as much as the Liberal Democrats, and the Liberal Democrats won. Boris Johnson's majority has been cut to 1. After the Liberal Democrats' by-election win, they're back, the Lib Dems, after being in the wilderness for so long, after Nick Clegg's disastrous tenure. But it's not all your fault, Nick. Actually, you know what? It is your fault. Joe Swinson says the party is open to future election deals. Let's assume that she doesn't mean with the Brexit party. Although the Lib Dems last time around, they did a deal with the Conservative Party, which didn't make any sense to me. I mean, they didn't seem to be in the same orbit, did they? Well, maybe Nick Clegg was. You remember Nick Clegg, don't you? No! Yes, that's him. Boris Johnson's majority has been cut to 1. It was the Brecon and Radnorshire by-election, and the Brexit Party stated that they wanted to put the Tories into 3rd place. How did that turn out, by the way?
Oh, fabulous.
It was a win for Jane Dodds out of the Lib Dems that saw her party overturning the Conservatives' majority of 8,038. And that was in 2017. That's huge. And this win will be seen as a vindication for the Remain Alliance Pact, which saw the Greenies and Plaid Cymru not stand candidates. And that is the evil machinations that previous messenger was referring to. But, those 2 parties weren't exactly firing up the locals anyway. What difference does it make? You can't take it away from the Liberal Democrats. And Joe Swinson, the leader of the Liberal Democrats... That should have been a pop quiz. Who's the leader of the Liberal Democrats? Anybody? Anybody at all? Joe Swinson. She says that she's not going to rule out doing further deals. And that would presumably have to be with the Labour Party. Which means our next Prime Minister will be the leader of a rainbow coalition.
Yowza.
And we will be actually allowed to vote for him next time. We, the people, get to vote. Can you believe that?
No.
Of course, Labour are going to have to do something about its sagging popularity. Like I was saying before, I think the press campaign is finally starting to work. The right-wing papers have been firing at him ever since he put his weird beard face above the parapet. And that campaign to bury him is finally starting to gain some traction. But, the people in the papers, they must have been thinking, what is it going to take to sink this bloke? We've been firing at him for 4 years now, and it's not taken any effect. Finally, it seems to be doing just that. And it take one message and just keep hammering it home over and over and over again. That's the trick. Tax-avoiding offshore media barons must have been pulling their hair out that someone they disapprove of might become leader of the country. So they started an assault that's been going for like 4 or 5 years now with limited success, almost none at all. It's like all these brickbats just bounce right off him. But it seems to be finally paying off, and the result was that Labour almost lost its deposit in that election, the Brecon and Radnorshire by-election. Brecon and Radnorshire, if indeed there is such a place. The Lib Dems got 43.5% of the vote. Wow, that's huge. And the Tories 39%. Significantly less than they got the last time around. Brexit Party 10. The Looney Party 1% and the other Looney Party 0.8%. And that means, fact fans, that Remain parties outdid the Leave parties by about 48 to 52. Does that remind you of anything? About 48 to 52, there or thereabouts. That was it, more or less. Because the Leavers have already started adding it up. Well, if Nigel Farage had teamed up with the Conservatives, then we would have definitely won. There ain't no definitely about it. And by the way, the UKIP, that was the other loony party, 0.8%, and the Brexiteers got 10%. People that say the new Brexit party is an absolute political phenomenon because it's a brand new party and they came out of nowhere and they got 10% of the vote already. No, it's not. It's the exact same people as before. It was and always has been the Nigel Farage party.
I'm a nutcase.
And it's just the same people. They just switched. They've followed him like he's leading a cult.
We've got a few idiots in our party.
Rude. And what did the Conservative Party campaign harp on about in this by-election? Fears of a Corbyn government. Which is just bizarre. Don't look at our record, they said. Just imagine what life would be under the bearded Beelzebub. And what about this Boris bounce? Well, he bounced as high as you would expect something that weighed about the same as your average cow. Drop a cow from the top of a school building and that would illustrate the bounce that Boris just got. Of course, it would also make playtime a bit of a stressful experience for the kids. Yeah, but they've got to learn sometime. Burgers don't grow on trees, you know. So this vaunted Boris bounce failed to materialise for the Conservatives, despite, or perhaps because, the new Prime Minister visited the constituency earlier in the week. They hate you there, Boris. And that was just 8 days after he was anointed. Is it the quickest by-election defeat for any PM of the post-war period? Booed wherever he goes, his private life in the papers, lost the first by-election on his watch, the majority in the House of Commons now down to 1. How's the job going for you so far?
Oh, fabulous.
So good luck on passing a no deal through the House. Or even preparation measures for a no deal. God, you know what? It's a good job they're all on holiday for the next 7 weeks, or things might get depressing for our Boris. And that's right. At this most momentous time in the history of our country, if you can believe it, our elected representatives and their non-elected leader are all off on their jollies to the second week in September, when they'll be back for about a week before going off on another jolly, known as the conference season. God, it makes you wonder how they get through so much subsidised booze at work, because they're never at work. And Jane Dodds, out of the Lib Dems, speaking after success, said to those gathered at the Royal Welsh Showground, "My very first act as your new MP when I get into Westminster will be to find Mr. Boris Johnson, wherever he's hiding, and tell him to stop playing with the future of our community and rule out a no-deal Brexit." She said, "I will tell him he's a very bad boy, and I would give him a damn good thrashing, but he'd probably like it." She didn't say that. I made that up. That is fake news. And the initial result was just after 2 a.m. And I love this detail. The initial result at 2 a.m. was met with complete silence after the returning officer chose to read out all but the monster raving loony party's results in Welsh. And that silence replaced by deafening cheers from the sizable crowd of Lib Dems when Ms. Dodds was declared the winner in English. So it seems to be all changed, don't it? Who could have... I mean, this is the most incredible time in politics, probably ever, in history. I mean, apart from everything else that's going on, with you-know-who has just been installed as our unelected leader.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
And you-know-who is leading over there.
I'm president. Can you believe it?
And demanding that we crawl across the carpet as a nation to, like a lapdog, to be his new pet. in order to get a huge trade deal. The Lib Dems, on top of all that, have been revivified. I am stunned. Every day and every way, it just gets weirder and weirder, don't it? I saw the news today. Oh, boy. Paul tweets, Beacon and Radnorshire, is there such a place? Show some respect, man. One of the finest places of natural beauty in the world, you absolute salad. That's a lie. I am not a salad. I've never heard the word salad used as a term of abuse. I like it. Jimmy in Colchester says, Nick, every time the news starts with, every time the news starts with the Prime Minister, Theresa May comes into the picture. And then I realise it's actually Boris, the picture blows up. Do you reckon this is a sign of me losing my mind? Yes, Jimmy. You're losing your mind. That was a sort of a techno dance song that was around for a little while, and I thought it was pretty good. You're losing your mind. And I think it was Can. I think they took a bit from a song by Can, or something like that. This is an educational programme, isn't it?
No.
James says, I think we should plant trees on aeroplane wings to combat CO2 emissions. Well, finally somebody's making sense on this show. Vale of Glamorgan. Hello, Brian.
Oh, hiya, Nick.
Brian.
Yes, climate change. We need to find some solutions.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, one of the problems is the methane emitted from the cattle. You know, there's so many cattle, they're emitting loads of methane. Which
yes.
Is, greenhouse gas, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Greenhouse gases.
Yeah. The other problem is overpopulation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is being solved in a very, very small and probably negative way by people not having so many children these days. Yeah.
Well,
that's not going to help us in the short term. It may in the long term, but in the long term, Brian, we'll all be dead.
Yes, I know. Yeah. Some of us sooner than others.
Yes.
Anyway, if you a possible solution that would solve both these problems would be cannibalism. Then you wouldn't need to rear all these cattle, and people could eat as much meat as they liked.
That's an excellent suggestion. Or we could go to war with cows. Did you think about that? I mean, cows, if they actually put their minds to it, could take out quite a lot of people.
Yes, that's true. Especially if they've just had calves.
I don't see the connection. It would make them very angry.
They get very aggressive when they've had a calf.
Right. Well, if you had a calf, Brian, you'd get aggressive too.
That's true.
Imagine how that would feel.
Yes,
awful.
Yes. Anyway, that's just the point I wanted to make, Nick.
Okay, well, it sounded like you made it excellently well. All right, cheers, Brian. It fits right in. So we're going to declare war on cows.
I'll bring us into war.
Not the kind of war I thought you were going to bring us into, Donny, but, you know, anyone will do. Yes, there's far fewer people now having bye-byes, which is probably a good thing, except in the short term, like in the next, let's say, 50, 100 years, there's going to be too few people taking care of too many of us oldsters. And if you're not an oldster yet, then, with luck, you will be. And there won't be enough economically active people to take care of us. So what we're going to do then? Hello? Mike says, the main question is whether Lady Lily the Pink, Monster Raving Loonies, is counted as a pro-Leave or Remain in the adding up of the Brecon and Radnorshire results. Her main policy was to send Noel Edmonds to Brussels to play Deal or No Deal. So I'm going for Leave, says Mike. Ian in Wolverhampton says, seriously, if that is the main question, then we're all in big trouble. Ian in Wolverhampton says, sick to death of politics now. What? The only way I see out is Labour to get rid of Jeremy Corbyn, get Keir Starmer or Jess Phillips in to give the country a genuine reason to vote Labour. Well, Keir Starmer does give good hair. And Jan in Camden says, Gideon Osborne and Call Me Dave Cameron, this is all their bleeping fault. What do you think about that, Dave?
I think this is nonsense.
And Jamie says, the system is outdated. We need to bring it into the modern world. However, things need to get worse before we realise they need to get better. Thankfully, Boris is the man for the job. Is he? What job? If Boris is the man for the job, I'd like to know which job you're talking about. What could it possibly be?
Here we go. Okay.
I don't know. What's he good for? What is he good for? Train buffer? Something like that. Let's have Uxbridge. Hello, Jen. An ecstasy of fumbling. Yes, Jen.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'd like to take you up on your civility.
My civility?
Yeah.
Yes.
It costs nothing to be civil to people.
Yeah, good manners don't cost nothing, do they?
No, they don't. They cost absolutely nothing. And one of the things we've lost in this country is being civil to each other.
Yes.
We talk about Brexit. I really couldn't give
a hoot.
I really wish you'd have a programme where this subject wasn't mentioned at all, just for one night and leave it alone. But talking of civility, a man phones in, he may not have spoken to anyone all day.
Yeah, well, I haven't.
You feel you have the right to, make him look stupid. You have no right.
Well, I don't make people look stupid. People arrive stupid.
Can I tell you something? Listen, I saw a man...
Is this you being civil, Jen? Because it sounds like you're raising your voice at me. That's not polite.
Coming from you, that is priceless.
Yes, well, delivered to you at no cost.
Why we assume things. You assume things about me, I assume things. We make assumptions. I saw a man one night on a bench. I assumed he was an alcoholic. It was Christmas Eve.
How rude is that?
Wait for it.
How presumptuous of you, Jen.
How presumptuous, right. And I had a lovely cocktail cabinet with little miniatures in, and I thought, it's Christmas Eve, and made a few...
You're going to give a miniature to an alcoholic? That's just torture.
I had several miniatures.
Right.
That were decorated for no other reason round a cocktail cabinet.
Yeah.
And I assumed he was an alcoholic. This man had never drank in his life. But I made that assumption.
Well, what was he sleeping on a bench for?
I couldn't tell you. Do you want to know why?
You could tell me.
I will tell you why.
Well, what if I don't want you to tell me why?
He came back from Australia
to
look after his parents who had TB. And the parents both died. They died in a sanatorium.
So this isn't a happy story, then?
No. But it's about assumptions. And when he developed TB himself...
Right, I hate to break into this... No, I won't listen. I hate to break into this story, Jen, but what on earth has that got to do with what we're talking about?
Because I made assumptions.
Yes, well, that was very rude of you. Impolite, I think. It says a lot about you, Jen, that you just see somebody sitting on a bench and you think immediately that they're an alcoholic.
Exactly.
Quite rude, I think.
Well...
Yes.
At 12 o'clock at night, on Christmas Eve, you naturally assume the man is homeless. He was one of the nicest men I've ever met.
One of the nicest men you've ever met?
Absolutely.
Right, and how long did you talk to him for?
Hours.
Hours?
I didn't leave it there. I contacted the YWVS and the local authorities. I lived in Chiswick at the time.
Yeah, again, Jen, what on earth has this got to do with what we're talking about?
Because you assume people that phone in. Some of these people that phone in may not speak to anyone all day.
Yeah, I haven't spoken to anyone all day.
It might be the light of their life. And being civil to them costs nothing. So,
listen, Jen, if you were subject to hundreds of calls in the space of a weekend, many of whom were obvious numpties right from the outset, then that's not nasty. That is verifiably true. Then your temperament would be changed by that. I bet it would not be. You would not be the open and garrulous person that you most obviously are.
I do not raise my eyes up to anybody, neither do I lower them to anybody.
No, you've raised your voice, though.
I treat every human being as the same.
As a drunk?
No, I learnt my lesson. If you see somebody on the floor, do you assume they're dead? They've had an epileptic fit?
Well, it depends.
There's reasons why they could be laying on.
I mean, if they're laying on the floor when I walk by, and then I walk by again 3 weeks later, they're still there, then I would make an assumption based on that. Yes, the facts.
Most of us in this country are really lovely.
And that's completely untrue. Most of us in this country are really lovely. Upon what do you base that? You just made that up.
No, I haven't.
You just made that up.
I live in a charming village. Do you know we haven't had a...
Uxbridge? You're calling from Uxbridge. That's not charming.
I don't live in Uxbridge. I live in a village. And
you're just visiting Uxbridge?
Every lamppost we have flowers on. We haven't had a rate increase in 10 years. We have wonderful facilities.
Okay, well then everybody should go and live where you live. What's the name of this place, Jen?
I tell you something, and I will tell you something. There's a school place for every child.
Yeah, not when the rest of the country comes to live where you live, Jen. What's the name of this place?
Hillingdon is one of the best bars.
Hillingdon?
Oh, yes.
Hillingdon? Well, first of all, it's not a village. Hillingdon. Hillingdon is a stop on the tube that you go by. If by accident you get off in Hillingdon, then that is a mistake you will never make again. Do me a favour. But anyway, it's been a delight talking to you, Jen, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Not much. Actually, really not much. At all. I would like to apologise for the rudeness of that previous caller, though. Somewhat dyspeptic. Perhaps it was all those... maybe she was mixing her miniatures. Well, where'd you get miniatures from, anyway? Was she nick them from a plane? Almost certainly not. Didn't sound like the type. 0345 6060 973. David says, if you listen to the latest science in action on the World Service, you will find out that there are more Arctic fires than there has ever been in the history of man's knowledge of Arctic fires and what the snowball effect of those fires are in relation to global warming. Oh my God, what are you talking about? Arctic Fire? Isn't that dull band? It's like one of those bands that appears on Glastonbury.
Boring!
Ugh. Cameron says, if we are richer after Brexit, I'm Steve Allen with a used pair of socks on. And on that subject, Nellie in Chadwell Heath says, what is this thing about Steve Allen wearing socks once? Well, doesn't he famously only wear socks once? Isn't that true?
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Right. What?
And pants.
Pants. Well, that's insane. Because socks you can get fairly cheaply. I mean, does this mean that it presumably means that he's buying really, really cheap socks and pants. So regardless of whether he throws them away after just one use, that's neither here nor there. He's spending his entire life wearing cheap socks and pants, which, by the way, was the follow-up album to New Boots and Panties by Ian Dury. Not a lot of people know that.
Rock and roll!
It didn't sell very well. So, What's that?
He told me that he tells Marks and Spencer's he's buying for friends and family. Steve Allen.
So he spends his entire life wearing cheap socks and pants just so he can not wash them. That doesn't make any sense. But presumably he washes them before he puts them on. Huh?
Yeah, he washes them once, then wears them, and then chucks them out.
Right, but that makes no sense. I've never heard of anybody do that. I could bet Howard Hughes didn't do that. That must cost an enormous amount. Mind you, he is actually on more often than there are days in the week. That's true, isn't it? He never stops. So, That doesn't sound like it's saving the planet to me, Steve. Get with the programme. Mike from Hedge End, if indeed there is such a place, says, Brexit could be Britain's next finest moment. You have earned the bully pulpit, yet with it, you choose dumb sound bites and indestructible wing politics. What's that? Shouldn't we all be calling for a stern upholding of democracy as a shining beacon, regardless of the pain, as that is the fundamental underpinning of our value system? What on earth are you talking about, Mike? Democracy? We've just been gifted a leader that none of us voted for. An unelected leader who will answer to an unelected head of state overseen by an unelected upper house. Does that sound like democracy to you?
No.
And all of us are going to be answering to the tangerine scream in the White House. And I don't think that he's a very nice person.
Donald Trump is not a nice person.
See? Don't expect any favours from him. Plus, he's a complete ignoramus.
What do I know about it? All I know is what's on the internet.
Awful. Must be dreadful having to live with him. What's it like, Melania?
I don't care.
Just doesn't care. It's got separate rooms. Steve says, after listening to Jen, I need a drink and a lie down on a bench. I need a drink and a lie down on a bench.
Yes.
Well, don't lie down too much. Don't be there for a long period of time. Otherwise, she'll foist a very small bottle of Advocar on you. Let's have a call in Knighton. Barry.
Barry, that's me, yes. I'm not actually in Knighton. I'm about 4 miles from Knighton. I'm in a little village.
Can you call us when you get to Knighton?
No, I wouldn't want to go to Knighton.
No,
I can't recommend Knighton.
That is
Sorry
understandable,
about
yeah.
I did go there once and it was closed.
Right.
It's not so much a one-horse town, it's just a sort of no-horse town, you know.
Okay.
Anyway, can I talk about the recent by-election?
Can you?
I actually live comes under Brecon and Radnorshire.
Right.
And I know Chris Davis. I know him personally. He has visited me in his capacity as my Member of Parliament. About a year or so ago, he came here, sat in my living room, he drank my tea and ate my biscuits and chatted.
What kind of biscuits did you serve?
And off he went, and I never heard nothing.
Avoiding the question, Barry.
Sorry. I didn't hear you, Nick. Please.
Oh, I see. No, I was just wondering about the biscuits. What kind of biscuits did you serve your Member of Parliament?
It's only the best. I mean, they're digestives.
No, it's not the best.
Well, it is to me.
That's bog standard. That is digestives.
No,
what?
no.
Not even chocolate ones.
Oh no, they're fattening.
Well, I think you'll find that biscuits aren't helping either.
Well, I gave the biscuits to him.
The reason that you can't see your feet anymore, Barry.
I can actually.
It's not the chocolate. It's not the smear of chocolate on the biscuit. It's the biscuit itself.
I can see my feet and my new socks I'm wearing.
Right.
Anyway, if I just to digress back to the
You are wearing more than just that, though, aren't you?
Well, I can't really say. Can I speak about my
No.
attire at this time? Well, perhaps not.
It depends what you're wearing. but let's just draw a veil over it and expect the worst. Go ahead.
I'm wearing a smile. Now, going back to this by-election, it wasn't so much a win for the Lib Dems as the Conservatives losing it by throwing it away.
In what way did they throw it away?
Well, do you know what triggered the by-election to start with?
Yes.
Yeah. It was Chris Davis who was fiddling his expenses.
Fiddling them out.
We had all this nonsense years ago, as I'm sure you remember. And I thought lessons...
Well, no, lessons where we learn. Lessons are never learned, Barry. At least we've learnt that lessons are never learned.
Exactly. But the point is, this triggered the by-election.
Yeah, but that doesn't turn over an 8,000 majority.
But hang on. Who was it who stood as the candidate for the Conservatives?
Yeah, I know, the very same chap.
The very same chap.
Yeah, but I thought, what about the Boris bounce? I thought everything was about to change.
No, the simple fact is the people of Brecon and Radnorshire didn't want to vote and have as their representative in Parliament a convicted criminal.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that's true, because the people of that good parish, they vote for whoever is in charge of the party, just like everybody else does. Their local MP is neither here nor there. I bet if you went into the street and asked 100 people in that manner who their local MP used to be, I bet the vast majority of them wouldn't have a clue. It's the Conservative Party or the Brexit Party or the Labour Party. I know that we vote for our individual MPs, but that's not really what's uppermost of people's minds. They think about the top person in the job. So people were voting for Boris, and it's his first big failure on the job.
But wouldn't you have thought that the local Conservative Association would have put forward a different candidate?
Well, maybe they were expecting to lose.
Well, I think they were simply putting two fingers up to the people of Brecon and Radnorshire.
Well, that's certainly not the case. They would never do that.
They're so arrogant to think that we want to have a convicted criminal.
Yeah, well, if we remove everybody that ever did anything bad from being a member of Parliament, then that would be an empty chamber, Barry.
Yes, but that's nothing to do with this particular issue. It's so recent.
Yeah, but explain to me then the preeminence of the Liberal Democrats, because that is not explained by this scenario that you're setting out for us.
Well, when we had the last general election, which I think we're going back about 2.5 years ago, we had at that time a Liberal Democrat. And again, I was fortunate enough to meet this chap.
God, it's busy over where you live, Barry. What kind of biscuits did you give the Liberal Democrat?
Well, I was asked to go along to a public meeting.
Did you break out the jammy Dodgers?
Well, I can tell you, people were up in arms about the local wind farm. There's so
wind
many
farms.
of them around here.
Yeah, they're dreadful.
Yeah.
You know who's an expert on wind farms?
I know a lot about wind. I know a lot about wind.
Yeah. What he doesn't know about wind isn't worth writing about.
Well, I'm afraid the previous Liberal Democrat MP was about as knowledgeable as Mr. Trump. He didn't have much to say on the subject. He was a nice, I would call him...
So what's wrong with wind, then? What is wrong with wind? You're not one of these people that doesn't like wind, are you?
It's not because he doesn't like it. I don't like having wind turbines situated just across the field from me, where the noise keeps me awake at night, and yet the wind farm developers at the public inquiry produced a so-called expert from the Institute of Acoustics who sat there and told lies.
Well, let's not get carried away. It was probably the same person that told us that Concorde made a very, very soft noise. You could barely hear it as it goes over. I can remember Concorde going over, and all conversation had to stop for about a minute while it left the area. What a racket that thing made. But what a beautiful sight. Yeah, I think it would be nice to see it again. But anyway, Barry, you've delighted us enough. Richard tweets, we banned single-use plastics. Time to ban Steve Allen's single-use socks. Are you listening, Steve?
No.
Chris says, I bought Steve Allen some socks for Christmas. Are you telling me that he threw them away on Boxing Day? Chris, I bet he threw them away on Christmas Day. Steph in Guildford says, I think Mick Mike must be a retired returning officer. Was that the fellow that I was just talking to? Is that?
Thanks, mate.
Was that Mick
I'll
Mike?
call you.
Yeah, and he's busy. He's busy. Mike says Boris might not have been there had democracy been adhered to. Hedge End is a place. Put your researchers to work. Where's Hedge End? Has that been mentioned on this show? Andy says the Sultan of Brunei also throws his socks away after only wearing them once, so I'm told, says Andy. Yeah, but the Sultan of Brunei's got money up to his eyeballs. He's got all of the money that Amazon haven't got. Croydon. Hello, Terry.
Oh, yeah.
Terry.
I just wanted to pick up the climate torch thrown down by Mikey Mike. I think he was trying to explain the sunspot cycle, which is about 11 years. And the latest research on that is that Irina Kitishvili of NASA reckons that the current cycle we're in, which is a low sunspot activity at the moment, is going to be the lowest for 200 years. Now the important thing about that is it correlates with a period called the Dalton minimum, which was a period of very low sunspot activity and also low European temperatures. And there's been several of these. There's one called the Maunder minimum, which was in the 1600s, which is when you get all those ice fair paintings.
Mm-hmm.
And that was, it would appear to be, there's a theory which seems to work that the sunspot activity, when it's high, helps to warm the Earth. And when it's low, you get a change in conductivity of the atmosphere, and it's easier for clouds to form.
Right, so in short, we should not bother about ruining the planet because it don't make no difference.
Well, no. What it's suggesting is that currently we've gone through a very high sunspot activity period, and we might be coming out of that. So El Nino, which we've had a lot of in the last 50 years or so, a huge number since 2000, is going to switch to the La Nina, which is the cooler period.
Cooler?
Yeah. The interesting thing is it's happening now, so we've just entered it. So if it's
well,
true,
I'm not completely satisfied.
We should see it happen in the next 10 years or so. But it's a kosher theory, whether it's true or not. These minimums occur.
Wait a minute. You just spent the last few minutes telling us something that may or may not be true?
Well, I'm afraid that's what climate's like. No one's really sure. When you read stuff, people are very tentative, and then they'll tell you this is going to happen in 300 years' time. Climate's like that. It's very, very...
Right. Well, can you call me back in 300 years? Put it in your diary.
Yeah, I will do.
Okay, thanks a lot, Terry. 0345 6060 973. This is educational every now and again, ain't it?
Negative.
Joe says, I am now 22 years old. But I remember as a young child the sheer unadulterated joy of watching Concord go over my grand's garden. Yeah, because you couldn't hear her anymore. Catherine says, Nick, were you patient and kind to Mike? No, Nick, no, you were patient and kind to Mike, so ignore that snooty Jen. Snooty Jen. There you are, Jen. Take that, snooty. Hillingdon. I mean, she painted a picture like it was the most lovely and bucolic place on earth. Oh, it was covered with flowers. It was a little village, like in the good old days, when cricket is played on the lawn and a warm beer is enjoyed by the local yokels. And nary a cross word is said. And where is this beautiful place? Hillingdon, she said. Stunned. What's that?
What?
What are you underlining that?
Oh, Hedge End's in Hampshire.
Where's Hedge End?
There was a call. I know you don't listen to the show. There was a caller who who called in from there.
Hedge End is in Hampshire, and is what you said, and then I said, "Where's Hedge End?" So not only am I not listening to the show, but I'm not listening to the conversation I'm having with you at this minute. Phil says, nobody has ever enjoyed sleeping on a park bench as much as that guy after the hours spent with M's morally superior do-gooder. Well, I think people are being impolite to you, Jen. I'd call up and complain about it if I were you. Call me up in about 5 minutes. I won't be here. Josh in Huddersfield says, one has to feel a tad sorry for Bojo. All the man has ever wanted since being dragged away from his nanny's teat is to be Prime Minister. And when his dream comes true, he inherits a country more fractured than it has been since 1945. I am feeling a little bit sorry for him. Are you?
No.
No, I didn't think so. Actually, me neither. I was lying about that. This angry... An anonymous message says, please apologise and state on air that Hedge End is a place and that you should check your facts before attempting to humiliate without value information. Which makes no sense. Also, the bully pulpit is a well-established phrase. You have earned it through your own tenacity to get where you are. You ought, in my opinion, put it to better use. Perhaps? Put it to better use? Hedge End. I very much doubt that there is such a place. I just don't believe that there is. And if there is, in my opinion, is that it's awful in every regard. Acton. Hello, Andrew.
Nick.
Andrew.
Oh, I'd nearly fallen asleep. Now, look, Nick, I was worried about you. I thought you might have been a bit depressed about this Brexit business.
I'm not depressed at all.
Okay, cool. Okay. Well, in which case, kind of half my job is done, or...
You have a job?
No, not really. Only kind of to cheer you up, but...
this is you trying to cheer me up, is it?
What?
You're currently engaged in an effort to cheer me up?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Right, well, try harder.
Okay, no, well, I'm about to try, because this is my thing. I thought it might help you. So, I thought, why don't you imagine, Nick, someone has sent you back 500 years in time.
God, wouldn't that be marvellous?
Okay.
Wouldn't have to wash or anything.
Yeah. But here's the thing. You've got nothing with you, okay? You haven't got any gadget. You haven't even got clothes.
Well, at least I can take my phone.
No.
My credit cards.
No, nothing.
Can I take my money?
No.
My trainers.
No.
Can I take my sweatshirts?
How many times do I have to say nothing?
I can take my hoodie.
No.
Can I take my car? The one that works?
No. But wait.
Sky? Can I take Sky?
No.
A radio?
No. Tell me when you're done asking silly questions, and then I'm going to pose my challenge to you in this situation.
Well, if I keep mentioning things that I can't take with me for another 2 minutes, then we'll be fresh out of time. Wouldn't that be marvellous?
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that.
Right, so I can at least take a Kindle.
Nope.
Can I take a paperback?
Nope.
A portable television?
Don't you want to know the challenge, Nick?
Honestly?
Yeah, go on. You do.
Not really, no. Okay, lay it on me, baby.
Okay. How are you going to prove to people that you came from the future?
Well, this sounds like the plot to Terminator.
Affirmative.
I never watched...
In reverse. You've never watched the Terminator films?
No, seriously, how are you going to prove it to people without getting burnt at the stake as a witch or Mormon or whatever they burn you as?
Well, I would magically invent lots of stuff, like electricity. Unfortunately, I don't know how electricity works, but I could describe it to them.
Yeah, but they'd just say you're a loony. So come on.
I could say there's a hole in the wall and power comes out of it.
Yeah, but they'll fall about laughing.
I could tell them about planes.
Planes?
Yeah, I could tell them there's a big metal thing and
they will either have you
shoots through the sky. You want to invent one of those? I'd tell them.
Yeah. they'll just have you, locked up as insane, won't they?
Right, so is this actually going to happen to me?
This is where your imagination comes in, Nick. You have to imagine.
So I'm just wasting my time on something that's not going to happen to me?
You're imagining things. I mean, it's...
Well, I hope that I'm imagining all of it. Hopefully I'll wake up any minute now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but imagine you don't. Imagine you're still in your dream. You've got to prove to somebody that you came from the future.
Yeah, imagine that this isn't actually a dream and it's real life, and I'm going to have to go through it all again tonight at 10 o'clock.
Oh, no.
Can you imagine that? What a nightmare. Stephen Bromley called in to say, it does exist, it's near Southampton, get a life. I won't. You can't make me, I don't want to. Hedge End. Nonsense. There's no such place. Okay, shall I wipe up some of the texts and emails and so on from last night, because otherwise they'll just get stale. Mary says, the collapse of capitalism, climate change, World War III, the end is nigh. Blimey, that's not a very good start, is it? We're all going to die.
Oh, no.
Eventually. Joe in Neasden says, Nick, I'm an expert on the climate. Oh, well, then no one is remotely interested in your opinion then, Joe. He says, I'm an expert on the climate. I've been, B-I-N, doesn't sound like an expert. I've been watching the weather for 40 years and I've studied what, you mean you've just been looking out the window? And I've studied the reasons why our climate was different and has varied over the last few hundred years, and those changes can all be explained by science. We know why those changes happened at the moment. None of these... There's no comma in all of this. There's like about 100 words, not a single item of punctuation. Is it worth reading to the end?
No.
This says, I don't believe in climate change. Noah had floods. Don't get me started. Austin says, relating to some of the callers that I had last night, it looks like the podcast could be 3 hours long next week. Yeah, that's because some of the callers were a bit... Yeah, a little bit. There's going to be a new podcast coming out on Monday, by the way. My new Super Soaraway podcast is called The Nick Abbott Habit. It's the 30 minutes of amusement. It's the best of this show. Like, concentrated funny, with all the, the dreck edited out. I think you'll love it. It's available on Global Player. That is our app. If you haven't got our app, then what have you been doing with your life? So you want to download our app. It is tremendous. It's got all of the stations that we do. They've got Heart and X with Chris Moyles and Capital and Classic, my favourite. Plus, just loads of podcasts. Scroll down to the Global Podcast. Way over to the right, you'll find mine, which has been carefully placed in a dark room under some coats, making it easier to find. If you don't do things like that by apps, then just point your pewter at it. Ask the internet. You've probably got one near you. Have you seen the internet lately?
Dreadful.
Ask for it by name, the Nick Abbott Habit. Alan says, I love your weather forecasting. Your calculations are spot on. I always try and imagine everyone trying to keep up and the looks on their faces. Well, it's perfectly simple. To get from centigrade to Fahrenheit, you double it. No, you don't. More accurately, you multiply it by 9, divide by 5, and add 32. So, for instance, if it's 12 degrees centigrade, then 12 times 9 is 132. 5 into 132 is 63. And 63 plus 32 is 110. So 12 degrees centigrade is 110 Fahrenheit.
Correct.
Easy. Phil says, words along those lines. And Stephen Newsham, if indeed there is such a place, says, I have heard several interviews this week with various government ministers. During these interviews, they managed to crowbar the phrase, that undemocratic backstop, into the conversation. They have clearly all had the memo and are sticking to the script. This is one of those 3-word slogans you have previously mentioned, and Brexiters are starting to repeat it ad nauseum. I'm feeling nauseous just thinking about it. Undemocratic backstop. Ah, yes. Tell us more about democracy and us taking it back. Being as how we now have an unelected Prime Minister, again, who will answer to an unelected head of state and be overseen by an unelected upper house. Does that sound like democracy to you?
No.
Not really. Oh, and that huge and tremendous trade deal, it's off. Unless we just put a bow on this country and give it to the screaming Mimi in the White House.
Oh, shut up!
Him. He is now dictating our... he wants to dictate who our ambassador is to his country, and you know who is doing up his tie and smartening his hair just at the very idea of that job.
I'm a nutcase.
And so he's dictating our foreign policy now, and also dictating our financial policy. You know, but apart from that, we're free. So the Times did an interview with Nigel Farage, and he didn't complain much at all.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Nigel Farage suggests we meet at 3 p.m. in the empty upstairs room of a Westminster pub, starts the article. But then he arrives and orders a cup of tea. Tea? Nigel Farage in a pub with a journalist and photographer without a pint in his hand. What's going on? Says the Times. Tired, explains Nigel Farage, and adds that daytime drinking has been curtailed. No, it hasn't. There's evidence that it hasn't. In the papers on the very same day this was printed. The Times says he only manages a liquid lunch on the occasional Friday. Right. Not as often as I'd like, he says. Life's too bleeping busy. Bleeping. Rude.
Be polite!
Then he drops another bombshell. He's been exercising. Anybody believe that?
No.
He says, I haven't lost all this weight doing nothing. We hadn't noticed, Nige. He probably had his hair cut as well. We didn't notice that either. I haven't lost all this weight doing nothing, he says. My Union Jack socks barely fit me anymore. The Times says, oh yeah, in a gym. No, he says, looking appalled. Full of posers. Oh, come on. Posers? Said the man who, anytime anybody gets a camera out, poses with a fag and a pint. He's complaining about posers. And by the way, you would have to have been in a gym to know that it was full of posers. Gyms are not full of posers. And what do you mean by posers? But people just gawping at themselves in the mirror. Full of posers, he says. Oh, please. He is coy, but discloses one secret of his routine. Now, for those who haven't read this article, guess what his routine consists of. Go ahead. I'll just wait while you guess. Go on, throw things at me. Anything you like. What does Nigel Farage do to lose all of that weight that nobody noticed that he lost? All of that weight that he left behind. What has he done to lose all that weight? Go ahead, have a guess. I bet my glamorous assistant wants to guess. Join in.
59.
What? What's that?
I thought we were talking about the weather.
Oh, I thought you were talking about his age. No, incorrect on both counts. Nigel Farage claims that he has lost a lot of weight by practicing yoga. Okay, first of all, three things. Couple of three things. First, no you don't. Second, no you don't. And third, no you don't. Shows you downward dog. Susanna says, as a stupid common person, I work out forecast. 16 centigrade is 61 Fahrenheit. Well, you're just embarrassing yourself now, Susanna. I don't know where you went to school. 16 centigrade to 61 Fahrenheit, you multiply it by 9, divide it by 5 and add 32. So 16 multiplied by 9, just right off the top of my head, is 108. And 108 divided by 5 is 43. And 43 plus 32 is 78. So you're way off. God, the standard of education in this country is just plain embarrassing. You just embarrass yourself on national radio, Susanna. Squid tweets, there will be no UK-US trade deal if they ruin the Good Friday Agreement. Nancy Pelosi has said so, and Congress can veto any trade deal that Trump negotiates. Yeah. Even if it's a really smart one.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
Not even like a smart person, Donny. Owen says, my 3 favourite things are not using punctuation. I've no idea. I don't know why that's funny, but it just is. Trust me, I'm a professional. Archie says, never mind a backstop. Here's the Sex Pistols.
Rock and roll!
I can remember when people used to get prosecuted for putting that album in the window of their music shop. Can you remember when shops used to sell music?
No.
Oh, yeah, that's like ancient history, kids. There used to be a thing called music. Or there used to be a thing called albums before the advent of Ed Sheeran. Oh, Ed Sheeran. He is fantastic, isn't he?
Boring!
Thank you, Ed. You've delighted us enough. He's just completed, so I read over and over and over again, the papers were absolutely chock full of it, the most successful, the most money-making tour in rock and roll history. How depressing is that? I mean, the previous incumbents at the top spot were U2, which is pretty depressing, but Ed Sheeran just turns that up to 11. Not the Rolling Stones, not Pink Floyd, not the Ooh. Ed Bloomin' Sheeran. Ugh. Well, at least it's not George Bloomin' Ezra. At least we've got that. Ain't that right, Mum? My mum absolutely loves George Ezra. Can't stand him. Pete says, can you bring... Oh, by the way... Can you bring Mike on the show tonight? He can explain properly the climate change. Made my night yesterday. Who's Mike?
The one you enjoyed last night.
Which one's that?
He was quite quiet. Was talking about climate change.
I should listen to this show more. I just don't really like the host. He's an idiot. I want to talk about the pact that is probably going to be enacted or signed, if indeed such a thing is actually, people do put pen to paper, between the Conservative Party and the Nigel Party. And Priti Patel, I want to talk about her. Plenty else besides. But first, here's a call in Hemel Hempstead. Hello, Charles.
Hello, yeah. I would just like to ask a question, actually, on Brexit.
More questions. People sent me homework all the time. It's the weekend.
I know. But all I wanted to know was, because nobody has given me a straight answer, and I'm hoping that you can give me a straight answer. The 33 or 39 billion that Theresa May signed us into...
Theresa who?
Theresa May. What's her name? Not Theresa May.
We're still not missing you, Theresa.
Anyway, do we have to give Europe that? If we leave on a no-deal basis, are we still tied into that deal? Yes. So we still have to give them that money?
Yes.
Then that's an act of willful misconduct, then.
It's...
yeah, because basically, how do you hand over a load of money that you didn't need to hand over and then not get what you want?
But we do need to hand it over because it's not... We've already agreed to hand that money over. It's a budget that we agreed to, Charles.
Yep, I agree with you, but we didn't need to agree to give them it if we left.
That's not true. That's like sitting down at a restaurant, eating a meal and saying that we don't really need to pay the bill. We having eaten already.
Yep, but we're not going to carry on eating, are we? So why are we giving them it?
Because we've just had our food.
We haven't, though. They've had more out of us than we've ever had out of them.
We've had... okay, can you defend that assertion?
Yeah, okay.
We've had more from
them than they've ever had from us.
No, that's the other way around.
No, hold up.
Don't you mean it the other way around, that they've had more from us than we've had... Yeah, okay.
That's what I mean.
Right, go ahead. What are the figures?
Go on.
Defend that assertion. They've had more from us than we've had from them.
Yep, look at Greece.
Look at Greece?
Yep.
What's that got to do with us?
What have they had out of us? Yeah, okay.
Immediately you changed the subject, Charles. Never mind about Greece. What about the amount that we've had from them that compared with the amount that they gave to us?
You've only got to look
as though it's a linear equation. What?
You've only got to look at my cars and your car.
My cars and your car?
Yeah, what is your car? What's your car? What is your car?
Does this have anything to do with what we were talking about?
It does.
Go on.
Of course it does. Mine's an Audi. My daughter's
Oh, well,
an
then
Audi.
that tells me everything
My
I need to
son's a
know about you,
BMW,
Charles.
so-
It drives an Audi. Take cover, everybody. Clear the pavements. Every time I see an Audi in my rearview mirror, I grip my steering wheel more firmly, because I know something berserk is about to happen. You should have told me you were an Audi driver right off the top, Charles, and I would have got rid of you straight away. They're not advertising with us, are they?
I don't think so.
That is true, though. Maybe it's just that you associate certain behaviour with a certain incident that you saw, and then after that you always look for, and when it is confirmed, you think, oh yeah, see, Audi driver. But it might be, crazy driving might be evenly distributed among all cars. I might be reinforcement when I see a crazy driver and it's an Audi driver rather than, say, a Honda driver. Although I think it's very unlikely that a crazy driver would be in a Honda, unless it's one of those Hondas with a wing on the back that's bigger than the one that used to soar Concorde aloft on. I saw one of those today. How utterly ludicrous do those people look? He's got a wing on the back that a jet fighter could utilise, and he's crawling along the high street at 3 miles an hour. His car looked like a trainer, as in shoe. Rich says, Nick, did you hear the Brexit Party MEP on with Clive, who said he wouldn't do an electoral pact with the Tories because he couldn't trust them, but he said he would be very open to the idea of a coalition? Really?
We've got a few idiots in our party.
That's your opinion, Nigel, and yours alone. The rag picker tweets, can someone tell clever idiot Nick Abbott we don't and never have elected the Prime Minister of this country? We elect the party of government and the leader of the party elected becomes the Prime Minister. Tell Nick he's welcome. Well, rag picker, I'll throw this back at you. Oh, yes, we do. You ask most people in the street what the name of their local MP is, and they'll have no idea. People go to the polls to register their support for the leader of the party, not their local MP, whose opinions on anything they are unfamiliar with. Obviously. Another pedant. Oh, don't you know that people don't elect a Prime Minister? I read it on the internet. Probably read it on the internet.
What do I know about it? All I know is what's on the internet.
Here is a call in Bloomsbury. Sophia.
Good evening, Nick. I hope you're okay. As a mathematician...
Okay.
I hope you're doing well.
There you go.
As a mathematician, I just want to give you a better version of the centigrade to Fahrenheit conversion by cheating. You just forget about the 9 and turn it into a 10 by up-rounding it, and then you got your 2, and then so you take 25, and then you add on, you get 50, and you get 82, and that's not too far out if you're not too frantic about getting it accurately right.
I have absolutely no idea what you've just said. It all just came by me in a blur, Sophia, but please, I'm begging you, don't repeat it.
All right, then. Okay, well, 4 different ways to get rid of Boris.
Now, this is the kind of mathematical equation I like. Go ahead.
To begin with, he said that anybody that is responsible for sexual assault should be imprisoned. Now, I just distinctly remember hearing there quite recently.
Now, wait, before you say another word, Sophia, Boris Johnson has never been accused of sexual assault.
Well, it's just that the lady said, get off me, and they called the police.
Okay, well, that's that he may have just she may have been subject to his weight. No assault took place, as far as I'm aware.
Oh, yeah, okay. That the man did call the police. The other one is that he says that he's not going to have a an extra terminal in Heathrow.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
going to throw himself down in front of the developers.
Yeah, sure he will.
Well, that's another way he might go. And then
Let's dig a hole and concrete him over. Why not? He asked for it.
he did indeed, absolutely. So we don't really need the Lib Dems, but it's nice to think of them. And then we've got the yellow blob in the White House now wanting to rewrite the nuclear disarmament agreements. And I just want to say that if you get your colons right, you can ask for my novel about nuclear man colon space Sophia, and then that will tell Mr. Trump that we know something about the nuclear disarmament treatment when it happened at the time.
Okay, well, you're making a lot of sense, Sophia.
I'm so glad. It's nice to.
Okay, thanks a lot. I'll try and unpick that later. Anybody have any idea what that call was about?
No.
0345 6060 973. Other than...
I'll bring us into war.
Yeah, we don't doubt that. We do not doubt that. It's just a question of who he's going to pick a war with. It could be China. Very unlikely to be China because China are too big, and Donny only picks on the small and the weak, which is how he wants us, by the way. Him and Vlad the Insane want us to leave the European Union so that we're small and weak. He ain't going to do us no favours. Already, the trade deal, twice now, 3 times now, he said, well, you can't have a trade deal unless you do this. And then he said, well, and it was stop Huawei from building your 5G thing. You know the 5G thing? Oh, that is going to be tremendous. Groovy. I've got no idea what it is. It will make your phone act annoyingly more quickly, probably. Something like that. Won't that be great?
Negative.
And then he said, you can't have a huge and tremendous trade deal unless you fall in line over China. Oh, no, Iran. So we've got to do what he says about Iran now, because previously we were all for Iran. Iran were our friends. We were getting on just famously. We were all learning Isfahan. We loved them so much. And now, the third thing, now you can't have a huge and tremendous trade deal if you tax our tech companies. We have taken back control from an entirely democratic organisation at which we had a big voice and gifted it to a bright orange ape in the White House. This entire country is his now. We're his dog. It's called Taking Back Democracy. Thanks, Nige. You're the best. Pat says, please explain to the fool it's a contract. We agreed it. Now we have to pay it. Tell him to think of it in terms of mobile phone contracts. What, a mobile phone contract with Huawei? Yeah, we agreed to it. It's a budget. We all sat around a table and we said yes. So we owe them that money now. You can't welch on your debts and expect to still be able to borrow money at a decent rate. I mean, if you have got a credit card debt and you don't pay it, and you ask a bank for another credit card, what do you think they're going to say? If you go to a bank and say, I know that I didn't pay off my last loan, and I'm refusing to give the bank over the road any more money, but would you like to lend me some money? What do you think they'll say? They'll probably load up their customer welcoming machine. At the very least, if they ever say yes to you again, the interest rate's going to be so high it'll make your eyes water. They'll be squeezing you like a lemon. And that's exactly what will happen to us. The financial ratings agencies will put a big sign on us saying, "Warning, warning, we're not to be trusted." So we can't do that. It is impossible to welch on that deal, no matter how the various members of the Conservative Party and the ERG and all those tough guys, you know, Dad's Army, that lot, they say that we can do it. They know we can't. They're kidding you. You're being had when they say that we can go away and not pay that bill. They're lying to you. But, you know, other than that, nobody cares because that's just the fact. And we're all about feelings now, baby. Susie says, Nick, I also think that George Ezra is great.
Oh, no.
Ugh. It's another one of these blokes who sings through his nose. Somebody should get him a Mongolian flute. And Ruth emails, Nick, when it's hot, it's hot. When it's cold, and rain is wet. What more does anyone need to know about the weather? Well, when it's going to be wet and cold and hot, I'll check for you while you wait. 78 degrees tomorrow. Wow! We'll take it. That's great. 78 degrees. That's more like it. And then down to 73 on Monday, 72 on Wednesday, 74, 75, 71, 70, 70, 70. So it's about 70, there or thereabouts. Not 100 no more. That's gone. Meanwhile, listeners in Glasgow will have their own weather. Raining tonight and raining tomorrow and raining on Monday and raining on Tuesday and raining on Wednesday and raining on Thursday and raining on Friday and raining on Saturday and raining on Sunday and raining on Monday. This is Monday the 12th now. So raining every single day this coming week, and then the following week, raining on Monday and raining... Just tapped the wrong thing and my Google Assistant is asking me what I want. I don't want anything. Shut up. Busy. Raining on Monday and raining on Tuesday, the 13th, and raining on Wednesday and raining on Thursday and raining on Friday. That's the weather in Glasgow. It don't seem fair, do it, really? Still, you won't need your hoses, you gardeners in Glasgow. Blackburn. Hello, Scott.
Hi, Nick. I've just watched an amazing film called Ukraine on Fire, and it's made me think of the backstop in Ireland, because the same people that were attacking Russia and demonising Putin for the Ukraine situation are the same people that can't do Brexit because of the Northern Ireland situation. And it's the same situation. It's about markets. Ukraine going to the EU, having a deal with the EU, so that Russia would then, the EU would have access to Russian markets through the Ukraine, whereas the same thing is with Brexit. If we leave, it's the same concern. The Remainers have the same concern that Putin had over Ukraine. Do you understand?
No.
You don't get it?
No, I seriously doubt anybody got it from your explanation just now. So you're just seeing a movie
called Ukraine on Fire, and the Ukraine situation, the concern in Russia was if Ukraine has a trade deal with the EU and joins the EU, then it's the same situation with the backstop, the markets, because Ireland is in the EU, and if we leave, do you understand what I'm saying? It's not that difficult. It really isn't.
Well, it's very, very complicated the way you just explained it to Scott. It may be actually very, very easy, but maybe it's...
I don't think...
Maybe it's not a problem with my comprehension. Maybe it's a problem with your explanation.
The same concern the Remainers have.
The same concern the Remainers have. Well, let's go through it one by one. The same concern that the Remainers have, yes.
Is that because we leave the EU, then the EU will have the markets will have access to our markets, and the stuff will be able to come in through the through the border. We'll need a hard border.
The hard border.
We'll need a hard border.
Hard border.
Yeah, you're just being facetious. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You're pretending not to.
Yeah, but it amuses me, Scott. It's got nothing to do with it. But that does sound like a fascinating film.
Boring!
Some cranes on fire. Call the fire brigade, my recommendation. Pete says, Trump's trade deal. Also this week, no deal if the UK upsets Ireland over the backstop. Trump's trade deal. Also this week, no deal if the UK upsets Ireland over the backstop. That makes as much sense as my last caller. It all fits right in, doesn't it?
No.
Mal in Belfast says, RRR. He says, isn't it obvious that Trump is backing out of all America's local government acts and world treaties done by past presidents because he wants his name on everything from now on? Oh, look how brilliant I was. Talk about an egotist. Good God, says Mal. Well, yes. Trump is a vaunting narcissist, a chronic narcissist. Has there anybody in the history of the planet ever been more narcissistic than that man? Despite what the mirror tells him, he thinks his reflection is just super. And he loves his name on everything because it reaffirms to him that he is tremendous and great and huge. I think he knows down deep inside that he's a serial failure and that he only got anywhere because his dad kept bailing him out over and over and over again. I think it was $425 million, wasn't it? Something like that. He's failed in every business that he's been in.
I've been successful in every business I've been in.
Failed in every business he's been in. I think he made one good deal, and that was the first building that he bought with his dad's money, which he then turned over because he just happened to alight on a good location at the perfect time. Complete luck. And it was a big building in New York, which in the 1970s, if you went there at that time, you'll know was very, very down and out. It was a hellhole, the same kind of hellhole that he just described Baltimore as. It was scary. But there was a lot of locations then that are hugely that were cheap then, that are hugely expensive now. And he was at the right place at the right time. Pure dumb luck. And he turned this building around, and I think that's the only success he's ever had. Everything else has been a failure. Apart from one thing, persuading people that he's been a success. That is his greatest achievement. Putting across the idea that he has been a success. In that regard, he is an actual genius. But he does rely on a certain demographic to keep the flame of his genius alive.
I love the poorly educated.
Yeah, those people. Michael in Romford says, Nick, BMW drivers are the worst on the roads. Well, I think that used to be the case. I can remember Jeremy Clarkson said that once, that if there was some numpty who was tailgating you at 100 miles an hour down a 20 zone and literally pushing you down the road, making you go faster, it was going to be somebody in a BMW. I think that used to be the case, but it ain't no more. I think they're Audi drivers now. Every time someone does something berserk, I look over and think, oh, yeah, of course. Those rings on the back of his car. Not always a him, sexist. Women can be just as bad a driver. Yes, they can. Yes, they can. Yes, they can. Just as aggressive, just as stupid. Stupidity is not confined to the male of the species. I think you'll find that's right. Jim says, I am reading that the Queen has fixed the roof on Sandringham and has paid $500,000 of her own money. Is any of the monarch's cash her own, says Jim. Well, it is now. Once they take it from us, it becomes hers. And that's the end of it. I thought that she got the Sultan of Brunei to pay for it. Wasn't that a thing? Because they never pay for anything. The royal family never pay for anything. Everything is free all the time. You know, when Hazza went to that ridiculous party that Google just threw with all the money that they saved by not paying taxes, he went over on a private jet and a private boat and this, that and the other, and he put them up in a giant house, no doubt, that went right out onto the beach. I'm sure it was great. Did he pay for anything?
No.
Of course not. They never do. Hang on, a cough. That's better? Susanna tweets, maybe Trump should try yoga. Should try yoga. Does anybody want to see Donald Trump's downward dog?
Negative.
No. Not even Melania wants to see that.
I don't care.
Well, actually, she doesn't care. Let's have a call in Beckenham. Ali.
Yes. Hi, Nick.
Ali.
Yeah, I this is really weird. Happily watching a TV, And then my wife, out of the balcony window, notices these 4 lights in the sky in formation, trailing what looked like fireworks. And we thought, it's just some sort of fireworks display. But as I kept watching, no fireworks, no sound. They did this whole formation thing, flying as a diamond, going into a horizontal straight line, and then flew across the sky, no sound, and then just sort of disappeared. I videoed it on my iPhone, which is pants. I think I need to get a better phone. I just called in to say...
Now, wait a minute. Are you trying to tell me that you have video evidence of extraterrestrial craft, but the video is shaky and difficult to make out? Because that would be incredible.
No, it's not shaky, and I'm not saying they're extraterrestrial at all. What I'm saying is I've got some footage of something quite bizarre.
Yes.
And I'm thinking, we can't be the only people that have seen this.
Well, I was on Beachy Head just the other day, and somebody had made the stupid mistake of bringing a drone there.
Yeah, no drone, mate. No, this was no drone.
Drone bores, please. I mean, that whine that's associated with them, it's just awful.
Stop whining. No drone, man. This was dead silence.
But it could have been a drone far away, too far away for you to hear. You could see it right now, but not hear it.
This was really bright, and the trails it was leaving in terms of like burnt iron filings was massive. It was just
that sounds great. Send me a video, Ali.
All right, I'll email it to you.
What TV program were you watching, by the way? It wasn't E.T. or anything like that, was it?
No,
Close Encounters of the Third Kind?
Yowza.
No, it was actually the Transformers Age of Extinction.
Oh, my God. Well, all of your senses have probably been pummeled, Ali.
I was thinking that.
Is your brain fighting back?
It is, maybe. I don't think so.
Right.
But I'm going to keep an eye out.
Okay. Well, I'll look forward to some updates, mate. For Barry and Lewisham. Barry.
Hi there. Hi, Nick. I'm so excited. I was going to call about Trump and Brexit and all sorts, but I can't be bothered anymore. It's all boring. But those lights, it's depressing, it's soul destroying. But those lights, I used to live in Sydenham, right, which is not far from Beckenham, and I saw those lights in an east-south easterly direction. That direction.
Well, when did you see it?
This was years ago. I was younger.
Well, they can't possibly be the same lights.
They did exactly.
Are you trying to tell me that aliens from space are only interested in going to Sydenham?
Well, it's in that. So, I don't know. It was far away. Obviously, you can't tell the distance because it's up in the sky, and I can't triangulate that well. But what I do know, I'm not brilliant on that. But what I do know is that the lights, they were hovering they were staying stationary in the sky. And I was standing there, I was walking down Sydenham High Street, and I was with my ex at the time, and we looked up. I said, "Look at that!" And we looked and we watched. Oh, that's odd, isn't it? And then they moved into a straight line. I thought, oh, that's weird. Then they moved into a diamond. I thought, how's it doing that? If it's an aircraft or something, then it should be, it can't do those sort of manoeuvres. And it did these sort of manoeuvres, and then it went off and disappeared. And it was like, hold on, what were we just looking at? And we queried it for a bit, but then we stopped because we were young and we thought, obviously, no one's obviously going to believe anything.
And now you're older, and we still don't.
No, well, do you know what? I don't doubt that these things could exist. I don't doubt that they could exist, but I know for a fact, right, that I saw these lights in formation, and they were doing things that an aircraft shouldn't be able to do.
Right.
Especially that. I mean, I'm in my 40s now, right, and that was when I was about 19.
You hadn't been eating any brownies by any chance, had you?
No.
Right,
no.
Okay, then.
No, not on the brownies. I was quite responsible. I was fairly responsible, yeah, but I had my moments. But that was something we definitely saw. We watched it, and we was there for a good about 5 minutes, watching this thing do this formation and dance, and it was literally dancing.
But what was your conclusion?
I decided that, well, it's probably something extraterrestrial, or...
But it can't possibly be. I mean, if aliens from space are coming to visit us poor, stupid human beings, then they will know how daft we are and how prone to violence we are, so they wouldn't show themselves to us. I mean, they may actually be walking among us, but they certainly wouldn't advertise the fact.
It may have been unintentional, but I know for a fact, right, it couldn't have been a military display, because, I mean, this was years ago, right, 30 years ago. Now, I know technology hasn't moved on that far in the past 30 years, but it's definitely not. It wasn't at that stage. And the way it was moving, it wasn't like it was a helicopter moves in one particular way. An aircraft moves in a straight line. They maneuver differently. You can see the change direction, long and meandering. This was sharp changes. Right, it was in one place, then it, whoops, went into a diamond formation. Whoops, went into a flat line. What's going on here?
They travel billions of miles across space just to give you a light show.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I was grateful for the moment, but thank you. Yeah.
Sure. All right. Thanks a lot for the update, Barry. Please, I am begging you, I do not want a whole evening of aliens from space calls. What we're going to be doing instead is, have you seen a ghost? Chris says, why do you never put Northerners to air? What, are you kidding? I was just editing down some shows for future podcasts, and there was the guy that called me with now hang on a minute, Nick, I can't do his voice very well, but he was absolutely brilliant. That's going to come in a future podcast, not the one coming out on Monday, but maybe the one after that. He was superb. Well, we found a star. But there are loads of calls from the north. All they've got to do is call. I can't put callers to air if they don't call. This says, I wouldn't want the royal family to be abolished, but they should fund themselves. Absolutely. That family's worth about £500 million, and yet we, poor dopes who pay taxes, are giving them £83 million minimum per year. And they voluntarily pay a bit of tax.
Thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate it, Your Majesties. Can we buy you a new 10 grand fridge? Patricia called to say they're not aliens, they are fireflies. A plane display. They will be in Eastbourne in a few weeks. They are fireflies, a plane display. So, right. Okay. And John says the £39 billion payment is linked to the withdrawal agreement negotiated by Ollie Robbins. How's the negotiations going, by the way?
Oh, fabulous.
He says it remains unsigned. Unsigned agreements are just pieces of paper. My biased friend, you are wrong, sorry, says John. It don't make no, never mind who it was negotiated by. These are payments due because of agreements that we signed up for. It's the budget is set 7 years ahead in the EU, and when they asked us if we agreed with it, we said yes, thereby putting us on the line to, stump up the amount that we owe. It's the amount that we owe. And any politician that tells you that we can get away without paying it, they're lying to you. They're making it up. Either that, or they are sorely mistaken and ignorant of the facts. Which is worse? I don't know. Dan says, please tell the guy from Beckenham not to worry. I'm a few miles away in South Croydon, and it was a couple of light aircraft doing a display and trailing firework-type things behind them. They were virtually overhead, making plane noises and flying like planes. No sign of extraterrestrial life. No reason to be alarmed. Says Dan, who could quite well be an alien himself, making it up just to make us feel better. You just don't know these days, do you? We could be being trolled by E.T. James says, I spent half an hour watching a red dot hovering in the sky outside my bedroom window. It seemed very close, but no noise at all. Then it suddenly went flashing green. Just after that, I remember my phone flashes green when I have a message. I was looking at the reflection of my phone for half an hour. And, Derek says, the person who called in about the mysterious lights was probably seeing Nigel Farage. You mean? Yeah, no doubt. So I want to talk about Nigel Farage, who has... And it looks like he may be about to get his most fervent wish. Team up with his best buddy Donny and run this country from over there, or he could do it directly from here. Either way, it looks like the top job is beckoning. Power that goes with it. Harry emails your mobile phone analogy for our payments. We've been a net contributor on our payments to the ECEU for 46 years. We've never got back more than we put in as a membership. If anyone is owed money, it's us back from the EU. Oh, for crying out loud, Harry. You pay money to be a member of a club. They don't just give you your money back. There are benefits to being a member. How can people not get this after so many years of talking about it? People immediately come to a conclusion about something and then refuse to take on board any information, regardless of how sensible it is and how much it explains the situation. They just flat out refuse. If you join a gym, you pay them money. You don't expect the gym to give you your money back. You pay for a service. But, yeah, what's the point? No one's listening. Everyone's on send. And goes straight to the insults. You stupid moron. Don't you know? Why can't you do your research, idiot? You know, that kind of thing. And that's just from my mum. Phil emails, I don't know why we're leaving the EU, nor do I know why people watch golf and car racing. Can you explain? Well, car racing, no. Well, people, yes. Why, yes, actually I can. The car racing thing is... people who watch Formula One, it's just completely uninteresting. Around and around and around they go, and nothing ever happens.
Boring!
So dull. Whoever starts the race first wins the race, almost every time. And it's got nothing to do with the driver, it's the car. Which is why, most often, the two are people driving the same car. It's not the driver, it's the car. You might as well replace the driver with a robot.
Affirmative.
Because, they're all doing the exact same car. And almost nothing ever happens, except every now and again you get a good crash. That's what people are... Yeah, maybe those 10,000 trained experts who are going to lay all those cables that Boris Johnson's promised us can also repurpose as police persons. Because he's promised us tens of thousands of those as well. And I'm sure that Boris Johnson is as good as his word. We're doomed. Now, here, if you were listening in the last hour, there were some lights in the sky. Ooh. And I've got an explanation. Or rather, the next person on the line has got an explanation, and he's called Richard, and he's from Croydon. Richard.
Hi there, Nick. I'm Richard, yeah, and I'm actually from Chelsea, but my job is a master of ceremonies, and I helped to organise an aerobatic display earlier this evening over Addington Palace, which is a stately home and wedding venue in South Croydon. And there were 300, 400 guests, and there's about, it'll be 10 o'clock, 10:15. We had two aircraft, which are motor gliders. They're called Rob 109s. They trail fireworks behind the wingtips, and they lit up with 3,000 LEDs on the fuselages, and they change colour all the time. And they do loop-the-loop and aerobatics. They do it in formation. The show lasts about 10 minutes, and everybody's outside on a clear night enjoying it as a rather unusual spectacle. There's no aliens involved. It's just simple, very clever technology.
Wow, well, you got people in Sydenham who think we're being invaded from space, who are in therapy now.
Yes, indeed. And it happens every time these aircraft put on a display. And it's always at dusk or after dusk, because then you can see the fireworks better.
Yeah.
And often it's coupled with fireworks from the ground and music, so you get displays all over the place. It's just wonderful.
Well, if you were doing this in America, people would be shooting at you.
Yes.
Well, thanks for
there you go.
thanks for the explanation. And when's the next one, by the way?
I think they're performing again in a week, but I don't know where. But you can hire them for your own private garden party. If
Oh, yeah. All you need is money. So I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. But the best of luck. Thanks for that, Richard. There you are, you see. You posed the question, and the question was answered. We are not being invaded by aliens from space. Unless we are, and that last caller was a stooge, a plant. How about that? See, I thought that first guy was just, maybe, what's the word I'm looking for? What's a polite way of saying crazy? But apparently not. He was just misinformed. Tired.
I thought that was all right.
Tired, yeah. Euphemistically speaking, he was tired. Out of his mind. But no, it was just planes and fireworks. That sounds great, don't it?
Groovy.
Yeah, I'd love one of those. How much does it cost? Don't ask. If you have to ask, you can't afford it. When I saw Pink Floyd in Holland, I think I had to travel to Rotterdam. No. It was somewhere near Amsterdam. And we were all sitting in a kind of open-air football stadium. And about 7:30, there or thereabouts, as the sun was going down, and the mounting excitement in the crowd, two planes came from. It was quite high up, and you could see for miles. And two light planes started heading towards us from different, coming from different directions. And I and many people around me thought, they're not going to crash, are they? And it looked like they were actually going to smash into each other. And then they started doing loop-the-loop and, and a dogfight above the stadium. And that was the beginning of the concert.
Rock and roll!
Of course, that doesn't compare to the excitement of watching Ed Sheeran.
Boring!
Chris says, thank God it wasn't aliens. The usual suspects would be calling in saying it's Sadiq Khan's fault and he's lost control of London. Yeah, thanks a lot, Sadiq Khan. Now, I want to talk about Nigel Farage and Boris Johnson, because Boris Johnson said he absolutely flat out will not have a pact with the Nigel Party, which means that he absolutely flat out will have a pact with the Nigel Party. But first, here's a call in Dartford. Adrian.
Hello, Nick. You all right?
Yes, good, thanks.
Very good, thank you. Yeah, I just don't understand why we're allowing these crooks, Boris, Farage, all his mates, all his banker mates,
Well,
sort of
crooks is a bit
shots
strong.
in the country. Yeah, a bit strong, actually. Yeah, I'll take that back. But yeah, people with questionable morals to lead this country over the edge of the cliff. I don't know why we've allowed it.
Because they talk a good talk, and there's enough gullible people who are so desperate that they're prepared to believe anything, any story, any old flannel about your life getting better if you just follow me. Plus, there is that whole the thing that usually works, identifying a small minority of people and blaming all of life ills on them.
Like the screaming Mimi in the White House.
Exactly.
Because he's been targeting people all year. I think he targeted those 4 people from ethnic minorities. They were called the Squad or something.
Yes, he did. And guess who defended him doing that?
Could I guess, was it Nigel or Boris?
It was Nigel Farage.
I'm a nutcase.
And I'll come to that in a while. I mean, of all the things to say, he went ahead and said that.
I know, but well, we can obviously believe Farage. Didn't he say if it was 52-48 the other way, he'd want a second referendum?
That is precisely what he said.
We should have a second referendum.
Unless he didn't, in which case then I take that back. There is absolutely no evidence that Nigel Farage ever said we should have a second referendum.
We should have a second referendum.
If anybody has any evidence, then they should forward it to me straight away.
Yeah, except point. Nick, just a quick question. How's the car? I just have to know how the car is at the moment. Is it still alive?
No.
No.
The last time I was in the car, a warning light came on the dashboard.
Warning, warning.
And the smell of smoke filled the car. And so it's been out of action for about, 2-3 weeks. It worked for 2 days, literally 2 days. I've driven that car since I bought it in May, about a total of 5 days. I mean, certainly no more than that. It was broken when I got it, and it remains broken now. Thanks for asking.
No worries at all. Well, don't worry, when we leave the EU and they whack up all the tariffs, I'm sure you can buy a nice expensive German car.
Oh, well, there's something to look forward to. Thanks a lot, Adrian. Nigel Farage claims Boris Johnson will be forced to do a deal with his party when Boris Johnson realises he can't win a general election because the Tories and the Brexit Party are splitting the vote. If Boris Johnson and the Conservative Party do a deal, the type of which that party was saying was a dirty deal done by the Liberal Democrats to win the by-election this week, you remember? They did a dirty deal, the Lib Dems, said the Conservative Party. We would never sully ourselves with that sort of thing, and that's exactly what they're going to do. And if they do, then the Conservative Party, as we know it, is dead. We're looking at the end of the Conservative Party, and it's happening on your watch, bozo.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
James Cleverly, the chairman of the Conservative Party, accused the Liberal Democrats of striking a backroom deal, a dirty deal, with Plaid Cymru and the Green Party. The Greenies are on the up. He said the Lib Dems, with their dirty backroom deal with Plaid and the Greens and others, threw the kitchen sink at this and got a narrow win. And that's disappointing, said James Cleverly, the chairman of the Conservative Party. It wasn't a narrow win. They overturned a majority of 8,000 odd. Conservative Party was spanked. Narrow win, my eye. A dirty backroom deal. That's how he described it, the chairman of the Conservative Party. And now that very party is considering going to the dark side just to stay in power. Awful. And what has the down-to-earth man of the people, Nigel Farage, been doing lately, I hear you ask? Why, he's been helping with food banks in the East Midlands, where he can be with his people. No, just kidding. He was with his people. It's just that his people aren't the people that are his fans. You know, all that wax jacket, pint of ale and a fag stuff. That's an act. No, when Nigel relaxes, he does it with champagne in the company of millionaires. And this time around, he was photographed laughing his head off, enjoying champagne. He's always laughing his head off. Have you noticed? Every time that somebody produces a camera, it looks like the kind of thing that Victoria Beckham does. Every time you see a picture of Victoria Beckham, she's always got the same look on her puss, doesn't she? She must have practiced it in the mirror, you know, like the kids do these days. Spend about 16 hours a day practicing their pout in the mirror so as to look perfect on Instagram. God, what a disappointment the kids are, eh? I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed. So, as Victoria Beckham always looks the same whenever anybody gets a picture out, because she just throws that face on, I think Nigel Farage does the same thing, because he's always got his mouth agape, laughing his head off. Nothing's that funny. So this time around, photographed laughing his head off, enjoying champagne at the Polo, the sport of kings, in Montenegro, the playground of the super rich, with the Made in Chelsea star Georgia Toffolo. Leavers, do you ever feel that you've been conned? No, I expect not. The force is strong with them. And now he wants to force Boris Johnson into letting him take the reins of power. I mean, he's already got the Tory party dancing to his tune. It's like a reverse takeover. The smaller entity is taking over the larger corporation. And at no time in the run-up to the referendum did any of them tell us about a no-deal Brexit. None of them. It was never mentioned. I mean, if you go back to before the referendum, nobody even mentioned the EU. Nobody was remotely bothered. God, there was a superb column in the Financial Times. I might come to that in a while. It pretty much distills everything that I've been saying about the tribal nature of politics and just, society these days. Everybody's just picked a side, and regardless of any argument that comes their way, they just refuse to believe anything that they don't, that does not confirm their already fervently held beliefs. So, we're being forced into a no-deal Brexit, which was something that nobody ever mentioned before the referendum. They say they do now, rewriting history. They say, everybody knew there was going to be no-deal referendum. That's what we said all along. No, they did not. At no time in the run-up to the referendum did any of them tell us about a no-deal Brexit. It wasn't even mentioned. But now, that's what Nigel Farage has got the Tories chasing. He's controlling them like he's got his hand up their bodies.
Disgusting.
Nigel Farage says the Tories must do a deal with the Nigel party to stand aside and not split the vote, which is what the Lib Dems supposedly did in the Brecon by-election. And is the very thing that the Conservatives were whining was a dirty deal.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
And Nigel has called on the Conservatives to stand down in some seats in the north to allow his party to win them from Labour. God, is that taking back control?
No.
Does that sound like democracy to you?
Negative.
Sounds like a stitch-up to me. He suggested he could challenge Labour MP Yvette Cooper in Normanton, Pontefract, Castleford, and called on Bozo the Clown to work with his party to allow him to win seats in Labour heartlands. If that's what taking back democracy looks like, I'm a Knickerbocker glory. And of course, Boris Johnson said he has absolutely no intention of forming a pact with the Brexit Party. And as you know, there's nothing funny about it. So that is in our future, a forthcoming pact between what used to be called the Conservative Party and the Nigel Party. A government spokesman said the Prime Minister has no plans at all to make a deal with the Brexit Party and absolutely no intention for any coalition with Nigel Farage. That's what a government spokesman said. So let's assume that they've already inked it. Meanwhile, Uncle Nige living it up with the swells at the VIP section of the Polo in the Port event in Montenegro, with Made in Chelsea star Ms. Toffolo and her millionaire boyfriend, George Cottrell, who coincidentally had previously worked for down-to-earth man of the people Nigel Farage as an aide. But Leavers, I mean, did you ever wonder why all of the people that are behind the Leave campaign are the only ones that aren't millionaires are billionaires? I mean, does it cross your mind at all? This George Cottrell was the fellow that was arrested and led away in handcuffs by American IRS agents in July 2016, while with Nigel Farage, who maintained afterwards that he did not know about his background. He spent 8 months in a US jail after being caught on the dark web, offering to launder money through his offshore accounts to what he thought was a gang of drug traffickers. Before his arrest, Cottrell ran Nigel Farage's private office, handled all media inquiries for him, also one of his closest aides, playing a key role in the Brexit campaign. Nice people to do business with. And Nigel Farage distanced himself from this aide after his arrest, but they appeared locked in conversation at the Polo in Montenegro. Distant no more. And who is this friend of the man of the people, Nigel Farage? He's a 25-year-old millionaire who's known by Farage's inner circle as Posh George, says the Daily Mail. Cottrell studied at the exclusive £40,000 a year Malvern College, which was bankrolled by his family, who was said to be worth £300 million. He's the nephew of Lord Hesketh, a hereditary peer, and a former Conservative Party treasurer who defected to UKIP in 2011. Cottrell's mother, Fiona, is the daughter of Lord Manton, a wealthy Yorkshire farmer and landowner who once dated Prince Charles. Just your ordinary average guy. Leavers, I mean, really, does any of this register as being really not the campaign that was sold to you? Having any doubts at all?
No.
No, not a one. In the Times interview, Nigel Farage said he would be interested in the role of UK ambassador to the US. He said it would be great fun and I'd love it. Yeah, I bet he would. He said I'd be a damn sight better than the last one. Well, no, you wouldn't. Because he famously wants to ingratiate himself with Donito Mussolini. And that's not the job of a British ambassador, to be chums with the ruler of the country that is hosting you. You're supposed to act on behalf of the country that sends you there. And that's why Trumple Thinskin wants to pick his own British ambassador, the better that he can control us. And how much does Nigel love Donny? Well, like that caller said a little while ago, he actually praised him for that go back to where you came from racist assault on those black congresswomen. Farage said it was a genius move on Trump's part. How tone deaf is that? I mean, if I got up and told a person of colour on the bus to go home to where you came from, I'd get videoed and put up on YouTube and get fired the next day. But do it from a position of the most powerful man in the world, and you're praised as a political genius by your number one fan.
I'm a nutcase.
Farage said, I thought, dear oh dear, you realise 48 hours on, it was genius because what's happened is the Democrats gather around the squad, these are 4 women of colour, which allows him to say, oh look, the squad are the centre of the Democratic Party. He's remarkably good at what he does, said Nigel Farage. He does things his way, but he is a remarkably effective operator. Well, you know what? There's a group of smartly dressed people that appear on the History Channel a lot, saying the same things. They use the same language. People are rats, they're infesting our land, they're murderers, they should go home to where they came from. Apparently not a dark period in human history, just clever political positioning. Good to know. And such nice uniforms, by the way. Don't they look smart? But the Tories are in a bind of their own making. And this all came about because of David Cameron. It's all his fault. That moon-faced dolt.
I think this is nonsense.
He wanted to shore up his position, so he gave us a referendum that no one at the time wanted or even thought about, in order to bring the Tory ranks to heel. How's that going, by the way?
Dreadful.
We're still not missing you, Dave. Don't call us. We know where to find you. You're in the shed where they keep the tools.
Correct.
And senior Tories warned that an election showdown with Nigel Farage's Brexit Party would be a massive own goal. That is after that by-election in Brecon, when the Lib Dems supposedly did a dirty deal, a backroom deal no less, and triumphed. Wasn't a narrow win. They overturned an 8,000-odd majority. It was huge. And James Cleverly, the Conservative chairman, he complained. Complaining he was.
Stop whining.
At that dirty deal. One that they're going to mirror. I bet you they do. I bet every item of clothing I'm wearing right now, I will run into Leicester Square naked if they don't.
Disgusting.
Because it's the MP Steve Baker, the arch Eurosceptic MP Steve Baker, pleaded with Farage not to split the Brexit vote by fielding candidates in vulnerable seats, which sounds like the bones of a deal to me. Maybe he should have a chat with his own party chairman. It's called a dirty deal when the left do it, but quite right and proper when the right do it. So it's war. And you know what? The numbers still don't stack up for the Tories. They're still going to lose. Because if they do a deal with the Nigel Party, then Labour are going to have to do a deal with the Lib Dems, and they're going to win. The Tories and Nigel are on 43%, and the Lib Dems and Labour are on 44%, which is one louder. And that doesn't even count the Greenies. But Boris Johnson's flatly dismissed the idea of a pact. But one MP told the Mail, well, he is going to say that, isn't he? Yeah, he is.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
0345 6060 973. Mike says, you sound a bloke I wouldn't be envious of. Till you said you'd seen Pink Floyd live. Now I sit here in awe, he says. Well, it's nothing to be awestruck about, Mike. I just bought a ticket, that's all. Jane says, Nick, my husband was a UFO. A what? She says, years ago, he was flying a commercial flight back over the channel when he was asked to help in the search for a missing fishing boat. He put on all his landing lights and circled around. This caused consternation on both sides of the channel. Lots of calls were received by a concerned public. They said... And Paul in Poplar says, I don't like golf or motor racing either. I watched them because I thought it was an EU ruling. Maybe that's why it's so popular. People think that they have no choice in the matter. It's the evil European Union forcing them to watch that stuff. I honestly can't imagine why anybody would watch Formula One motor racing. What are you waiting for, apart from the possibility that somebody dies? And if you want to see somebody die, just look at the Daily Mail, because they show it whether you want to or not. Whether you want to see it or not, they'll put it right in front of your face. An edict must have gone round, because you scroll down the Mail Online website, and those videos, they follow you down. It doesn't matter how many times you click them to disappear them, they just pop up again. God, that's so annoying. And so it's very difficult to read anything because you've got all this dancing stuff everywhere on their pages. But their videos start without you beginning them yourself. They just start automatically. And it used to be that they wouldn't show anything particularly upsetting. And then they started to show people getting their pimples popped. Why anybody would want to watch that is just mystifying to me. But every other video on the blooming Daily Mail website was somebody getting their pimple popped. And then they thought, well, people are getting a little bit bored of that. We're going to start showing people dying. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't want to watch anybody dying. I don't want to watch anybody in a crash getting horribly mutilated either. Maybe that's just me. Maybe that's part of being a Ramona. Weak. But can you please stop showing us people dying? They'll put a big headline saying, this is a car crash ended in the deaths of multiple people, and here's a video of it. Does anybody actually want to see that? And if they do, should they not be in therapy right now? But like I said, maybe that's just me. I'm being too sensitive. I'm a very sensitive person.
You tell me that this is your act?
Yeah, another multiple homicide, another major shooting alert in America. Is anybody remotely surprised by that?
No.
Patrick Crucius, 21, opened fire with an AK-47 rifle in El Paso, killing at least 19 and injuring at least 40. He's another one of these people with a manifesto. And the absolute first thing that will come out of Donald Trump's mouth tomorrow will be, it's too soon to talk about gun control. Every time. Too soon to talk about gun control. Every time. Chesham, hello, Tony.
Hello. Right. Nigel Farage is getting a £17,000 pension a year once he retires, which he never paid a penny into it, and so do all the others get pensions. So who do they think, the ones who don't want to pay any money into the Europe now, where the money's coming from?
I think it's more than 17,000, isn't it?
Possibly now it's more, yeah. It was 17,000 at one stage.
Is it not the other way around? Is it not 71,000? No, isn't it?
That's what the salary he's getting now. When he's finishing, he's going to get the pension.
Right. I think it's, well, I don't know, but I think it would be significantly more than 17.
Well, it's probably gone up by now.
Right.
But they're not paid a penny into it. So who the hell do they think it's paying? Do they honestly think Europe's paying for their pension? It's never paid a penny into it. And why are you only on 2 nights a week? That's all I have to say.
Okay.
Can you take Nigel Farage Farage.
Yeah, certainly not. No, I haven't got the three-piece suit or anything to take over his position, Tony. But I appreciate the feeling. I don't know whether he's paid any money into his pension or not. I've got no idea. But I do know that it is an organisation that he disapproves of, which seems curious that he would be taking money from them, don't it? Odd. A manifesto written by the alleged shooter cited an Hispanic invasion of Texas as the motive behind the massacre. Because, they come here, they're infesting our land. They're murderers, they're rapists. And Donald Trump will say, well, it didn't have anything to do with me. Just like at his safe space rallies, when the crowd starts chanting, send them home, send them home. Just removes himself from the equation, says, well, it's got nothing to do with me. Those crowd are just chanting it. What has it got to do with me? Not my fault, says Donald Trump. Nigel Farage is a big fan. Huge. Me, not so much. First, I was amused when he came onto the scene. Now I'm petrified. He just seems to be the embodiment of evil. And it just gets worse every day. 0345 6060 973. Hackney. Hello, Richard.
Hello, Nick. I think that Donald Trump, this is the second recent shooting, isn't there? Because there was one at the Garlic Festival, the food festival.
Yeah. Well, every week that goes by, there's some shooting, and almost always it's some white supremacist.
Maybe Donald Trump should go back to his gun-infested country.
Yeah,
and
exactly
sort out
right.
the problems, the local problems, before he starts speaking on the international stage.
Yeah, precisely. Go back to where you came from, Donald.
Yeah, sort out the problems in your own backyard before talking to any of us. Nigel Farage, I'd just like to give him a quick thank you for the part he played and the winning of another Ramona. You still there?
Yes.
Oh, okay. No, sorry, you went very quiet.
Well, you seem to be mid-sentence. You say a sentence, then I'll say something. Unless you want me to jump in mid-sentence.
Oh, well, okay. What I don't understand is everyone's saying, they're saying two things. They're saying, A, there was a dirty deal done, which is somehow, I want to know how much did the Liberal Dems pay the others to stand down? Because the last dirty deal I heard done in politics is when the Tories paid the DUP £1 billion to secure 10 votes in Parliament.
Yeah.
Now, that seemed to be a fairly dirty deal, given that it was my money they were paying them with.
Yeah. I think it goes... What's that noise?
What noise?
You can't hear... Oh, my God, the computer's just... The printer has leapt into it. We've got the world's noisiest computer in this studio, but we'll pretend that it's not happening.
The machines are taking over.
Aren't they just? Yeah.
Affirmative.
Now, I've seen that film and I know how it ends. Badly for all of us.
The other thing I'd like to ask... just going back to politics for a second, is that everyone's saying why didn't the Brexit Party stand down so that the Conservatives could win?
Yes.
And the answer is, why on earth do you think that the Brexit aficionados would vote Conservative?
Well, it's pretty presumptuous on their part, ain't it?
These are not political people. These are ideologues. These are closer to a religious cult.
Yes, exactly the word that I was going to say, cult. That's precisely right, yeah.
Now, if Brexit had stood down, they would have just voted UKIP.
Well, that's an interesting point, yeah.
And if UKIP had stood down, they'd have resurrected the BNP.
Well, I think that's slightly different.
No, you say that. We forget... I was in Brussels 5 years ago. I was taking my kid to... he'd been invited by the EU to do a computer thing.
Wow, that sounds fascinating.
He got a tour of the EU Parliament.
Huh.
And
Just
I
keeps
remember
getting
taking
worse
a
and
photo.
worse.
I remember taking a photo of... they have inboxes by country. And side by side was... Farage, N, and Griffith, N. Nick Griffith, Nigel Farage, side by side. Only in the post room. I'm sure that their politics are very different. We forget that the BNP was an actual political force as little as 5 years ago.
Yes,
they were
but
in the European Parliament.
Well, yes, but I think their message, their credo, is slightly different to UKIP and the Nigel Party.
True, but they have disappeared at about the same rate that the Nigel Party has expanded.
Well, the Nigel Party has just taken everybody from UKIP because UKIP was the Nigel Party. So all of his fans, which is, the cultists, they've just moved over. People say it's just incredible. Nigel Farage started this party from nothing, and now he's got all these people. No, it's completely untrue. It's still the Nigel Party. UKIP. If I put a fiver in front of people and ask them to name one other Kipper leader, then nobody would be able to do it. It's all about Nigel. He is the star of the show, and so he just moved over, and all of his fans followed him.
Well, I get Anne Widdecombe, because it's important that 80-year-old virgins are represented. Okay, we'll disagree over the BNP. I say that if the Brexit had stood down, they would have voted UKIP, and if UKIP had stood down, they would have created a new party called Let's Get Out of Europe, and they would have voted for that.
Yeah.
Why you think they're going to go and vote for the Conservatives? When we disbanded the Communist Party of Great Britain back in 1990, well, I didn't personally disband it, but when it was disbanded, the members did not flock to the Labour Party. They flocked to the SWP.
Yes, it doesn't seem logical that all of the people that voted for the Brexit Party would then go and vote for the Conservative Party, and that's the equation that the newspapers are making, and that seems to be the equation that various members of the Tory Party are making, and I don't believe that's right.
No, I don't believe it.
It's more likely that they would have gone and voted UKIP. That seems, or a significant number of them anyway.
Well, I think UKIP would have certainly had a better turnout than they had, which was coming behind the monster raving Lunar Party. It's nice to see someone with honest politics coming ahead in the race.
Yeah, that's right. You go, you loonies. All right. Thanks a lot, Richard.
No worries.
0345 6060 973. Yeah, it does seem more logical to me that if the Brexit Party had stood aside, then all of the people that would have voted for the Nigel Party would not have then just signed on the line for the Tories. Because, in their own words, you can't trust them. Traitors and turncoats and all of the rest of it. I mean, does anybody actually trust Boris Johnson?
No.
I mean, come on. So I think that the maths that the Conservative Party are trying to put together here, they just don't add up. I could try and add it up for you if you like. I could do mental arithmetic on the radio.
Oh, no.
But I just don't think it adds up. And if the Conservative Party get in bed with the Nigel Farage Party, then surely by extension the Liberal Democrats are going to get in bed with the Labour Party. And if the Labour Party ditch the bearded Beelzebub, and I'm being sarcastic when I say that, then their fortunes will probably be revivified, thereby crushing the Conservative Party and the Nigel Party. So they're going to lose whatever happens. James says maybe the monster raving loonies and UKIP could do a backroom deal and become the United Kingdom independent loonies. Andy says, I'm a big Formula One fan, listening to you on the way home from a gig. Well, what gig? A big Formula One fan. Why? Apart from anything else, it's awful. It's the world's second worst sounding sport. Well, it's not really a sport, is it? As far as I can see, the car's doing all the work. And Simon in Windsor says, please can you stop having a go at the royal family? As I've told you before, without the royal family, my delightful Victorian cottage within a stone's throw of Windsor Castle becomes a rubbish little semi under the flight path to Heathrow. One of these multiple shootings in America. Another one. Another week goes by. Another dozen, 2 dozen. We're beyond counting now. A couple of dozen dead, but, who cares? A Walmart gunman, Patrick Crucius, 21, opened fire with an AK-47 rifle, which you can buy in supermarkets. I don't doubt. You can go and buy them at gun shows. An AK-47. A weapon that the army should only have, but, if the American government actually enacted a law preventing people from having assault weapons, then that would be taking our guns. And nobody in America is going to say that. And it's too early to talk about gun control. I bet Donald Trump says that within the next 3 days. Too early to talk about gun control. Our hopes and prayers are with the victims. That's what he'll say. He'll bring God into it, I betcha. 19 people dead, minimum. At least 40 injured. He's another one of these, I betcha, he's another one of these white supremacist nuts. He's got a manifesto online. Reports indicate that the alleged shooter cited a Hispanic invasion of Texas because they come here and they're murderers and they're rapists. And some are good people, I suppose. Presumably he didn't shoot those ones. So well done, Donny. Another one of your fans. Jim says, thing is, if the aliens have got the technology to travel faster than light across billions of miles, just imagine how good their theme parks must be on their home planet. With theme parks that good, surely they'd have no reason to leave. Well, that is a good point, Jim. Here's Conway. Hello, Dave.
Hi, mate. You okay?
Yeah, good, thanks.
All right, buddy. Right, listen, don't shout me down on this one. Just give me 1 minute, right, and I'll tell you why I'll tell you why Brexit, in the long term, is going to be good for our country.
Can't wait. Go ahead.
Right. So after Brexit, right, everyone who comes into this country is going to have to go through the immigration system, which means...
Well, they do already, don't they?
No, they don't. Which means that they're going to have to speak English, and to work here, they're going to have to be highly skilled.
Well, that's completely untrue.
No, it's not, because I've been through the immigration system. I know exactly what it's like. Because my wife's Filipino, so we're actually right in the middle of it, right? So,
what makes you think that they're going to have to be highly skilled?
Because that's the immigration process. To work in this country as a non-EU person, you have to be highly skilled. You can't just come into this country and say I'm going to be a baker or I'm going to spread tarmac on the roads.
Okay, well then I have a question right off the bat, Dave.
Yeah, go on.
If that is going to apply to all people, then where are we going to get the bakers and the people who spread the tarmac on the road?
I'm going to come to that, right?
Ah.
So as unskilled immigration falls, right, this is going to have a long-term beneficial effect, right, on our key services, i.e. schools, housing, and NHS.
How will that be?
But let me tell you this. Right,
well, no, wait a minute. Let's take it point by point. How is it going to have a long-term benefit?
Well, I'm going to tell you because my next point covers it. Because unemployment will fall. Because people will lose their benefits if they refuse to do the job.
But Dave, we don't have a lot of unemployment in this country.
We've got loads of unemployment.
No, we don't.
Well, we've got loads of...
No, we don't. We have full employment.
We don't.
Yes, Dave, we do. We have full employment. Unemployment is about 4%, there or thereabouts, which is what economists call full employment. You always need a pool of available people for businesses to take from. If we've got 100% employment, then an economy can't go anywhere. You always need some people who are unemployed or underemployed for an economy to grow. We have full employment. We do not have an unemployment problem in this country.
Yeah, but Nick, you're missing my main point. Unskilled immigration will fall, right?
Yeah.
Because the people will have to go through the immigration process.
Right, but so what are we going to do to fill all the unskilled jobs that won't have anybody doing them anymore?
There's people on unemployment benefit which will lose...
Dave, we've just gone around in a tight circle.
No,
we don't have an unemployment problem in this country.
Nick, we have. You go to any job
Oh my God! No, of course there are people in job centres. Do I have to explain? Do I have to explain it again? Yes, there are some people that are unemployed, but that is a requisite of a healthy economy. You need some people to be unemployed because otherwise businesses wouldn't be able to employ more people.
We could have full employment.
We do have full employment.
We don't, Nick.
Dave, you misunderstand the phrase full employment. Again, you cannot have 100% of the people employed because that would mean that no business would be able to expand.
Okay, I take your point on the full employment, but what I'm trying to say is everybody once we leave Europe, everybody is going to have to go through the immigration system. Now the immigration system is very stringent. It's very hard.
Again, we've just gone back to the beginning again. So what are we going to do about all of the jobs that are unskilled that people in this country don't want to do?
This is where we differ. There are a lot of unemployed people in this country who will be forced to do that type of work, or they will lose their benefits.
Okay, well, I've explained it as many times as I can, and I'll just be repeating myself. I've already done so twice, and it still doesn't seem to have, broached your defences, or breached your defences, Dave. So I can go no further. But anyway, good effort. 0345 6060 973. Linda tweets, we don't have full employment, utter rubbish, wouldn't need job centres in every town otherwise. Oh my God. The stupidity is strong with some of these people. Some people you just can't reach. Linda, full employment doesn't mean 100% of the people are in employment. That's not what economists mean by full employment. But, as I said, I've already explained that several times over. Please don't make me do it again. I mean, it's obvious, ain't it? Apparently not. Mike says, given that Plaid lost their deposit in 2017 and the Greenies didn't even run that year, I think both the other parties were happier to save the expense of campaigning and a lost deposit in Brecon and Radnorshire while gaining some free publicity. Yeah, they hadn't got a chance. What would be the point? Plus, what kind of what sort of numbers were the Greens going to get anyway? And Plaid. Patrick emails, listening to you religiously every Friday, and like it's a religious experience. Yes, my son. Listening to you religiously every Friday and Saturday. Don't agree with you about F1, as I love racing, follow it always. Why? Nothing ever happens. Ever. And it takes all day. It's, like I said before, it's the second worst sounding sport in the world. And it's just so dull. I mean, they don't even crash much anymore, do they? He says, anyway, on Wednesday, the 31st of the 8th, 2019, I heard Nigel say during his talk show programme that he was a unionist, i.e. in support of the Union of Northern Ireland being part of the UK. But on the other hand, he is busy dismantling the Union of the UK from the European Union. This would suggest that being a unionist, as far as Nigel's concerned, means different things to different people, depending on who he is or trying to fool. And Nick says, you can't blame Nige for wanting a pact with the Tories. He's tried to become an MP, 6 times? By himself. How's that going, by the way?
Fabulous.
He says the pact with the Tories is the logical next step for a desperado like him. Desperado. He says he's going to lose his MEP job soon when we leave the EU and he'll need a new job. Well, don't you worry about that. He'll be just fine. I haven't really got time for another call before the news, so I'll take some of you lucky people when I come back after the news. I'll fill the time between now and then by wiping up some of these messages, of which there are a boatload. Bill in Fleet says, give it up. The Tories will get most of the seats but won't have an overall majority. Hence, they have the right to reform a government regardless of the size of a coalition of the losers. I used to enjoy your show, then you started whining. Stop whining, he says.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
By what method will the Tories get most of the seats? How do you work that out, says Bill. And Paul in London says, I blame the EU for Love Island. Well, someone's got to take the blame. Who's responsible for Love Island, by the way? Why are they still... I thought that programme was over. Why are they still infesting the newspapers? Even serious newspapers. It's a mystery. Well, it's the saviour of ITV. They've thrown everything else at us, and we aren't remotely interested. But Love Island, oh...
What the hell is going on?
Yeah, another white supremacist goes on a shooting spree in Donald Trump's America, but it has nothing to do with Donald Trump. Why would anybody think that? Put a manifesto online that the Mail is reporting was all about Hispanics. They come over here and they're murderers and they're rapists. And so he went and shot a lot of them. Good work. You know, you're much more likely to get shot by a white supremacist than you are by a Muslim terrorist. But guess which one Donald Trump is against? You know, because white supremacists, some are nice people, really great. Too early to talk about gun control, though. Why would anybody think that it's time to talk about gun control when somebody the age of 21 goes into a shopping mall with an assault weapon? Don't even think about taking away people's guns. 0345 6060 973. Donald Trump is making America great again. Why would anybody think otherwise? Leicester, hello, Alan.
Yes, hello.
Wow, take your head out the bucket, Alan.
Oh, sorry, I got an accent. You might find it a bit deep.
What?
Hi.
Do you have a sock in your mouth? Are you being kidnapped right now? Knock 2 for yes and 3 for no. Are you safe? Are you in the back of somebody's van? Hello? Well, he's on the line. An ecstasy of fumbling. I think I'm going to have to leave you to whatever it is that you're doing, Alan. I can't imagine.
Disgusting.
Let's have Chelmsford. Hello, Richard.
Hello, sir.
Ah. A line with clarity. It's like you're in the room. Yes, sir.
Yes, we are. We're in the bedroom.
No, I mean in this room, not your room, this room.
I'm sorry. I'm just I'm sitting with my girlfriend, and we're talking about, we're listening. I listen to her all the time, honestly. Steve Allen, you know, and what's his name? Nick Ferrari and all that, you know. Listen to him all the time, right?
Yes, of course.
You know, but what makes me laugh about this government, they say about no one's on the dole, right?
Did
My
they?
girlfriend... Sorry?
They said no one's on the dole?
Well, how many's left on the dole? Well, they said it's low, and it's very low.
It's very low.
Yeah, why is it very low?
Because people are doing 15 hours...
Zero contact, 8 hours, 4 hours.
Wow, it's like in stereo, you two.
Oh, my girlfriend's ready to go. She's flipping more than me, right? Because what makes me laugh is they're off the dole, so that's one off, right? But people are doing sort of 12 hours, 10 hours.
Yeah.
So they're off the dole, but they're not. They're still claiming benefits from other governments, other like rent, universal credits. So those people it looks low on the government because they're doing a great job because there's so many people unemployed, but they're not. They're doing 15 hours just to get them off that number. Do you know what I mean?
No.
Go on.
No.
No, I mean yes. Or do I mean no?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? It's only 2 million unemployed now. They're not.
Right. Okay, can you two sort it out amongst yourselves and then decide on...
Hold on a minute.
Decide on a spokesperson and then ring me back. Or don't.
I'm the Spurs anyway, if you're going to say Spurs.
Okay, but how's life in Chelmsford, by the way?
Well, it's very... Well, money's tight.
Yeah, too tight to mention.
That's a record.
And I just asked because I used to live in Chelmsford, or just down the road there in Writtle.
We're in... where am I, Sharon?
Where are you? Do you know where you are? Whose house are you in?
We're living in an £850, right, £850 a month rent, and I have to. She works. How many hours she works? 24. She works 24 hours, right? So imagine what that is, because she's off the dole. Yeah, I'm self-employed, and I travel from Cheshunt to here every day and work in Cheshunt backwards and forwards, and I've got 9 children.
What? 9?
Yeah.
9 children? Holy smoke, Richard, you must be exhausted. You should take on board some fluids, mate.
I've had a chop now, so I'm not too exhausted.
Too late.
No, honestly, it's really hard for me, Sharon.
Yeah.
It's really hard for us.
Right,
She works 24 hours, right?
Yeah.
I work full time. She can't afford the rent here, so I have to basically 850.
Did you get that? You did, okay. Well, he was just explaining how hard it was. Or, let me put that another way. How difficult it is. 9 children. Good grief. I'd say that was about, 7 too many. You know, for the benefit of the planet and your finances. But what do I know? Stuart says that double act could challenge me and Carol McGiffin, and I are doing a podcast. Oh, it's a good time for me to remind you about that. It's called "What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol," in which we try to solve your problems. You know, like we care. If you want us to solve your problem, then you're going to have to tell us what it is, and you can do that by emailing your problem to the following address: nickandcarol@global.com. That's NICKANDCAROL @global.com. If it's a serious problem, then this is probably not the place for you. But otherwise, then we'd be delighted to try and help. And the podcast will be coming out in September. We thought about putting it out now, but August is not a good time to put anything out, really, to start anything in August, because everybody's away. So when September comes around, then in probably about the second week in September, then we'll start putting it out then. And we've done a couple already, and they're proper funny. But then, you know, Carol McGiffin she's just funny. And we work really well together. We used to do a show ages and ages and ages ago on LBC, and it was right amusing, and we picked up right where we left off. So it's something that I'm quite excited about, actually. And if you wish to be amused, then it'll be right up your alley. So if you have a problem that you'd like us to solve, then it's nickandcarol@global.com. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll do our best to do right by you. Andrew says, absolutely spot on with the Audi being the new brand for stupidity. Whenever I see the 4 rings of doom in my mirror, my heart sinks. Sinks? Yeah, all my senses are more keenly aware. Yeah. Every time I see an Audi in my rearview mirror. Well, within about 2 seconds, the Audi in my rearview mirror will be cutting me up on the inside and doing something else berserk along the way. Unless they're advertising with us, in which case I meant Mercedes. Mike says, I read that. This says, I saw the exact firework type of thing that your caller was speaking about. I thought it looked odd as well. Well, this was, we had an alien invasion warning.
Warning!
A warning of alien invasion right at the beginning of the program. Gosh, it seems like such a long time ago now. The beginning of this program, we had a call saying that there's been weird lights in the sky.
Groovy.
And he was quite concerned that we were under attack. And that was subsequently followed by somebody who was responsible for those lights. The stuff you learn on this show, it's educational, ain't it?
No.
Not really. Harry says, your mobile phone analogy no, I've read that one. And Neil says, King Herod may have been more narcissistic than Trump, but probably not. No, probably not. He's calling Harlow. Harlow, Mark.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Yeah, I just wanted to address a couple of points, if possible. The first one about how we possibly cope when Brexit comes in and we no longer accept everybody in from Europe. Well, how do we cope?
Well, we don't accept everyone in from Europe. That's an obvious overstatement.
Well, we could do, couldn't we, at the moment?
Yeah, but that's not going to happen, though, is it? There's many people come as there are jobs for them to do, more or less.
Well, the facts are, anybody from Europe can come to England at the moment.
Well, the facts are that anybody from the world can come here. I mean, we've got no end of coastline, and it's not patrolled.
No, legally. I'm talking about legally.
Right. But
So,
they would have to. But they would have to find a job. Otherwise, they legally would be required to leave.
That's not true, is it?
Yes, it absolutely is true, Mark. Check your facts, man. When you park up. And by the way, I don't accept calls from people who are driving. What kind of car are you driving? Don't tell me. I think I already know. It absolutely is true. You have to get employment during a certain amount of time. Otherwise, you are required to leave. Those are the rules. So if you don't even know that, then I'm afraid we're not going to get anywhere. What's that?
He told me he was parked up, and now he's back on the road.
Parked up? Yeah, that wasn't parked up. I don't accept calls from people who are driving. People can't drive when their full attention is on the road. Never mind about talking on a highly important radio show. I mean, I'm out of control, and I'm not even driving. He's shouting, "Can I carry on or what?" No, mate. You can't. No. Jane in Liverpool called in to say, when we leave the EU with no deal, the shortage of medicine will sort the overpopulation problem. Yeah, that's right. We're all going to die.
Oh,
no. This says, if I order a 3-course meal, I eat the soup and then decide I'm full, am I obligated to pay the total bill? Well, at least the total bill for the soup. I mean, probably the total bill for the main course as well, because it's quite likely that they would have started cooking it already. But not pudding. I mean, nobody orders pudding right at the beginning of the meal, do they? So the soup and the main course, yes. But perhaps you'll be able to get away without paying for the pudding. But I have a question for you. What's that got to do with anything? What on earth has that got to do with what we're talking about? Ishmael in Maida Vale says, Mike from last night was the person you called Mick Mike. He was a quiet chap and spoke quite slowly before his line went bad, and he went all Dalek on you. Ring any bells, Nick? Well, yes. But what's that got to do with what we're talking about? Am I missing something?
Sorry, I was on the phone.
Who are you talking to?
Ella, who's in an Uber.
Ella is in an Uber. Right, well, that's like a forthcoming attraction. Can't wait to talk to Ella. Mike from last night was the person you called Mick Mike. He was a quiet chap and spoke quite slowly before his line went bad and he went all Dalek on you. Ring any bells? Well, yeah, it does. It rings a bell. But I don't know why you're reminding me of that. What?
As in, you were asking who Mike was from last night. Someone referred to him earlier. He was the caller. And this man is reminding you that you called him Mick Mike, or right. Mike Mick.
Okay, my problem now is that I don't remember earlier on in this show mentioning Mike from the previous night. So it's all news to me. But I appreciate you telling me.
Thank you.
Kay says, 1 hour's work weekly in the UK, and you are considered employed. Fact. Christine tweets, Timothy Dexter wasn't a fan of punctuation, so he added lines of commas, full stops, etc. at the end of his work to pepper and salt it as you like. What, like crisps used to come with a little packet of salt? You just put it on as according to your taste. And Trevor says, as a born-again Remainer, there should be a second referendum. All we need is someone who looks like Trump to keep shouting, make Remain in the EU great again. And then the Remain side will win big, as the poorly educated will get out and vote in ways never seen or heard before. It'll be huge. I wanted to talk about Priti Patel. Priti Patel today signals the return of zero-tolerance policing to make criminals feel terror on the streets. Another one of these hang 'em and flog 'em types. Excellent advice. Flog first, hang later. It's like pillage and burn. Always pillage first. I mean, doing the other way around, beginner's mistake. So in her first interview as Home Secretary, Priti Patel pledges to restore flagging public confidence in the law by empowering officers to go after thugs. Well, I thought that's what they did already. Isn't that what officers of the law are supposed to do? Go after thugs? She says offenders should be fearful of committing any criminal activities on our streets. That's what she told the Daily Mail, which was giving the audience what they want to hear. She says, quite frankly, with more police officers out there and greater police presence, I want them to literally feel terror at the thought of committing offences. I mean, does that sound likely?
No.
No. Priti Patel also warns chief constables not to here we go. Oh, right, here we go. Get ready. Priti Patel also warned chief constables not to turn a blind eye to cannabis offences.
Oh, no.
Aye, another warrior in the war against drugs. To borrow the language of the Leave Brigade, you lost, get over it. And Priti Patel's returning to the cabinet. She's back. Just a couple of years after she was sacked for failing to inform Mrs. M about clandestine meetings with senior members of the Israeli government. And now she's been tasked by Bozo the Clown with restoring the party's battered reputation on law and order and getting a grip on rising crime. So expect lots of sound and fury signifying nothing. I mean, holy smoke, the Tories are supposed to be the party of law and order, right? That's their mantle. That and fiscal responsibility. How's that working out, by the way? Fiscal responsibility? He's chucking money around like a drunken sailor. Like a sot tar. It's $1 billion here and $1 billion there. He must have found that magic money tree. Got no end of cash. So now we've got our new Home Secretary is going to revivify the war on drugs. Because, if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, then it will eventually work. She returns to the cabinet and says, now we're going to get strict on law and order. I mean, the Tories have been in power for what? Pretty much 10 years now. This is their mess, and they want us to believe that they are the people to fix it. It's like setting fire to the house and then taking credit for putting out the fire. And the PM, Boris Johnson, I wonder how long it's going to take for that to sound not strange. Still not used to President Donald Trump.
A president! Can you believe it?
No. Not really, no. And Boris has made fighting crime one of his core priorities in number 10. He said he's going to spend $1.1 billion over the next 3 years recruiting 20,000 officers. Really? Where are you going to get them from then? 1.1 billion? Well, for a start, where are you going to get the 1.1 billion from? Because it's money we haven't got. You're going to borrow it. 10 years of austerity, which was all supposed to be about bringing down the national debt, and the national debt's kept going up and up and up, ever onwards and upwards. And now he's going to unleash the... he's going to attach a garden hose to a cash machine. 1.1 billion over the next 3 years, recruiting 20,000 officers. And they're also going to prepare to relax restrictions on stop and search. But we don't know where he's going to get those officers from and how long it's going to take to train them up. But, you know, those are just details, and no one's interested in those anymore. We're all about positive thinking now, baby. And Priti Patel, the new Home Secretary, said the Conservative Party is the party of law and order, full stop. The defence of our nation, the defence of our streets and law and order are at the heart of our values, she says. No, they're not. Or else crime figures would have been going down, not up. They talk as though they are the party of opposition. You've been in power for almost a decade. I think you've got to own the state of the nation. She says it like it's a new policy. May I remind you, you have been in power for a dog's age. How long does it take to instill order? She says she backs officers to make their judgments when tackling criminals, which referenced police being criticised for knocking moped thugs off their bikes. Yeah, and good luck with that. If that's going to be policy now, then I'm a banana sandwich. Because lawyers are going to be rubbing their hands together just at the very thought of it. The first death is going to knock that right in the head. And on the problem of county lines, the drugs gangs, the new Home Secretary, Priti Patel, calls for better intelligence sharing to stop vulnerable young people being targeted. Ah, intelligence. Why did nobody ever think of that before? Official figures show 9 in 10 cannabis users and growers in some areas of England are being let off without a criminal charge. It's a blooming outrage, says Priti Patel, who is now signalling an uncompromising stance on drugs, saying any form of drug use, you don't turn a blind eye to it at all. Really? Well, then, the first thing you're going to have to do, Priti Patel, is lock up half the cabinet. Because they were competing with each other a little while ago to tell us how many drugs they took. Boris Johnson himself said that he had smoked many a spliff. Lock him up. I mean, what a ridiculous thing to say. The war on drugs is lost. It's over. You know what won? Human nature. The problem with drugs is that they are illegal, not that they aren't illegal enough. But her stance on it is worse. But I'll come to that in a minute. On immigration, she says she wants to attract the brightest and the best and refused to commit to cutting numbers, which is what Boris Johnson did as well. Yeah, trust me. They're both saying, oh, we're going to get the numbers down. Don't you worry about that. Actual numbers? Oh, no, we can't go into detail. No, we're all about feelings now. Well, I'm sorry, Home Secretary, but it is a numbers game. You saying that I don't want to get into the numbers, I don't want to get into that game, that's just disseminating misinformation. It is a numbers game. I mean, if you're going to follow those that shout the loudest, that's what they're shouting for. Fewer foreigners. If they get to leave the EU, but they don't get fewer foreigners, I think you've got a problem. Because if you start to attend to the demands of those that shout the loudest, they aren't going to pipe down if you give them the first thing they demand. Because more demands are going to come your way. Yeah, and besides, I mean, we've been talking about this on this show already. All that talk about the best and the brightest. It's such guff. Who's going to do all those dirty, boring jobs that we don't want to do? I mean, eventually robots are going to do them.
Correct.
In the meantime, some person is going to have to do them. And we don't want to do them. I mean, what more evidence do you need that we don't want to do them? So other people are going to have to do them for us. When was the last time you went in a coffee shop and were served by a British person, ditto a restaurant of any kind? There isn't a British person at the front of house. There isn't a British person that's doing the cooking at the back. And there's not a British person who's washing the dishes. They're all foreign. Every restaurant in the country. Hotels as well, they're all shut down. It should be about a wider contribution of people to come to our country and do contribute, she said. I mean, all that talk of an Australian-style point system for immigration. It will focus on the skills we need, bringing the brightest and the best here to contribute to our economy in the way we've seen immigrants do for generations, she says. Yeah, That's right, making coffee and cleaning floors and caring for the sick and putting parking tickets on cars and pulling fruit off trees, that stuff. I mean, the idea that we're only going to let immigrants in that are going to be rocket scientists and brain surgeons is just ridiculous. They know that, the politicians know that, but they don't want you to know that. So we get tough talk about tough regimes. And talking about tough, there is that whole issue about the death penalty.
I can tell you that he's a good person.
Yeah, thanks, Donnie. You're the best. Another multiple mass shooting in America. But if you didn't get the details of this one, don't worry, there'll be another one along tomorrow. 19 people, 20 people, 30 people dead, but, what difference does it make? Who cares? It's all in God's plan. Jesus wants you to have an assault weapon. That's what Jesus wants. And it'll be too soon to talk about gun control, until the next one comes around, and then it'll be too soon to talk about gun control then. And the white supremacists are having a moment. You're much more likely to die at the hands of a white supremacist terrorist than you are at the hands of a Muslim terrorist. Way more. But guess which party Donald Trump's against? And, his whole Make America White Again shtick that really fires up the base and puts the wind in the sails of the white supremacists.
I know a lot about wind.
Yeah. Trevor says, as a born-again... Oh, no, I read that. Darryl in Hove says the three-course meal is an analogy of the Brexit divorce bill. Meanwhile, Mike was the climate change denier who believes Corbyn's brother. Oh, there was an email about Corbyn's brother a little while ago. I wonder if I think I've deleted it. It was quite amusing, but now I'm the only one who's going to be amused by it. Oh well, never mind. Let's have... Oh wait, I haven't really finished about Priti Patel yet, because there was this whole thing about the death penalty. Oh, she's all for it. Or is she? She famously backed the death penalty, our new Home Secretary. Part of the Hang 'em and Flog 'em Brigade. Famously backed the death penalty in her early years in politics. There was a big story about her in the Mail. And it's probably what she's best known for, says the Mail. That and getting fired by Mrs. M. At her selection meeting to represent Witham in Essex in 2006, she reportedly was cheered when she said she backed restoring capital punishment. Kill 'em all. Yeah, as though capital punishment makes any difference. People don't plan to kill someone, by and large. And those that do aren't planning on getting caught. It don't make no difference what the punishment is. People aren't thinking that they're going to get caught when they do the crime. She told the Mail on Sunday at the time, Priti Patel, she said, if you had the ultimate punishment for the... turn over page. For the policemen and other... for killing policemen and other heinous crimes, I'm sure it would act as a deterrent, she said. They have the death penalty in America. Does it act as a deterrent there?
No.
She said the punishment must fit the crime, and yes, I do support capital punishment. That's what she said. But the Mail says not anymore, it seems. The Mail asked her, what made you change your mind about capital punishment? And her reply was surprising, to say the least. So that is wrong to say that I supported the death penalty, she said. She said, I have never said I'm an active supporter of it, and what I said is constantly taken out of context. So the Mail said, what about what you said on Question Time in 2010? She said the quote may have been clipped to change the way it was presented. And so the Mail checked afterwards, like good journalists do. And the quote is fairly unequivocal. Ms. Patel said, quotes, I would support the reintroduction of capital punishment to serve as a deterrent because I do think we do not have enough deterrents in this country for criminals. That's what she said. And now she says she didn't say it. Huh. So, either she was lying when she answered the question for this interview that she just did with the Mail, or she doesn't remember what she said about the state-sanctioned killing of people on a national television program. I don't know which is worse. And what of this new Law and Order Home Secretary? What is it about a Home Secretary? They always have to act like such tough guys. What are her qualifications in criminality and punishment, by the way, in deterrence and rehabilitation? Well, she's got a degree in economics and once worked for a public relations firm lobbying MEPs on behalf of tobacco manufacturers. She knows a lot about pushing drugs. And, by the way, tobacco directly kills about 6 million people a year. 6 million people a year killed by tobacco. And as far as I know, marijuana has directly killed no one. Here's the stats from America. The number of drug deaths in the US in a typical year is as follows. Tobacco kills 390,000 people. Alcohol kills 80,000 people. Side stream smoke from tobacco kills 50,000 people. Cocaine kills 2,200 people. Heroin kills 2,000 people. Aspirin kills 2,000 people. Marijuana? 0. Not one. There has never been a recorded death due to marijuana at any time in US history. So our new Home Secretary talks tough on marijuana and actually used to push the interests of the cigarette companies who kill 6 million people a year. I'd say that's a pretty bad start, Pretty. Pretty bad start, Pretty. But, what do I know? I know as much as Donnie knows.
What do I know about it? All I know is what's on the internet.
0345 6060 973. Let's have North Carolina. Tariq.
Hey, how's it going?
Wow, you're very, very loud. So far away and yet so very loud.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's the American in me.
Yeah.
I agree with you about guns. I do think they should toughen up the laws, but at the same time, I disagree with you about immigration. I do think that people would do more of those jobs if there were less people that they were having to compete with, and I think that's the whole reason. Well, I mean, I know that's the whole reason we have visa laws. So, I do think that they do need to limit immigration in the U.S., and I would assume probably in the U.K. I can't really speak from experience because I'm not British, but, even left-wing people like Bernie Sanders have said this in the past. So, I mean, it's not really a, crazy idea in that sense.
Yeah, it's just a numbers game, though, Tariq. I mean, if there are a lot of jobs in the services industry, which our economy depends on, that are being done by immigrants, and they're just, a lot of them are dull, repetitive, often dirty jobs with long hours, then if those people aren't here anymore because of our strict quotas and our limits on only the best and the most skilled and intelligent, then who's going to do them?
Well, I mean, you could, even with a points-based system, you could have low-skilled immigration. I mean, I don't think, maybe some people are saying they don't want any low-skilled immigrants, but I think the government is not really they're not going to have the wherewithal to really enact that.
No, of course not. I mean, Boris Johnson makes a big song and a dance about he's going to do this and he's going to do that about immigration, and then refuses to actually put a number on it, or even refuses to say that the number is going to come down. People are coming here to do jobs. They're not coming here to just lie around and watch daytime television. That's not why people are here. And so if we do have a system that clocks people in and out, dependent on the jobs that they would do when they get here, then the numbers are going to be the same as they are now.
Right. Well, I mean, what would you say to someone who said, they wanted to lower it to, I don't know. I don't know what the net immigration numbers are. I don't know what the immigration numbers are for the UK for low-skilled workers. But, what would you say to someone that said, well, I want to cut that in half, or I want to cut it by 3/4 over the course of 3-4 years?
Well, I would say, over 3-4 years is, if they did that, then vast swathes of our economy would collapse because the numbers would not be there to support those industries like farming and the services, restaurants and hotels and all of that stuff, cleaning and all those jobs that we don't want to do. But I would say if you just wait 10, maybe 20 years tops, then robots are going to take all of those jobs, all of those boring, dull, repetitive, dirty jobs. They're going to disappear along with a lot of other jobs as well. So if you can just wait 20 years, then there won't be those jobs for people to come and do anymore.
All right. Well, I guess I'll wait.
Okay.
I guess I'll wait.
It's a waiting game. Maybe it'll happen while we're all still alive, eh? Of course, that will bring other problems right along with it, like mass unemployment, for instance. An entire generation that'll be looking at never having a job in their entire lives. And then what will we do? So, be careful what you wish for. But those jobs that immigrants are doing now, because we don't want to, they're about to be taken by robots.
Correct.
If you can just wait for a while, then that whole immigration problem will be solved. It will unfortunately be replaced by a mass unemployment problem. But we'll deal with that when we get there. Because we certainly want to do, we wouldn't want to do any advanced planning because, that would be a waste of all of our time. So we'll just wait till a disaster strikes and then we'll think about doing something. It's the human way. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Stourbridge. Hello, Mark.
Hi there, Nick. How are you this evening?
Good, thanks.
Fantastic. Nick, I'm loving the show this evening. I've been sitting back here chilling with a bit of a G&T after work and listening to you in the background. And all of a sudden on Facebook, and I know you're not really that much of an avid Facebooker, I've spotted this, admittedly this point isn't as highbrow as some of the others that we've heard tonight. I saw this page called Tiny Kitchen. Have you ever seen it?
A page called what?
Tiny Kitchen.
Tiny Kitchen?
Tiny Kitchen, yeah. And I just suddenly thought, I wonder what Nick's take is on this. I need to know.
Well, what is it?
So what it basically is there's this like tiny sort of, this tiny kitchen, literally, super miniature. The appliances are probably I don't know, 2 or 3 centimetres or 1 inch, I think, in the old money. I think would need your conversion to that.
Well, it's like a doll's house.
Yeah, it's kind of like a doll's house, and that they use miniature appliances to make miniature meals.
Well, how small are these appliances?
Super, super tiny. Literally, sort of like, I don't know, like a spoon to mix the meal that they're cooking is, I don't know, less than a centimetre long. I mean, it's absolute work of art, Nick. And I just wondered what your take was on it. I wondered what you felt about it. Have you ever seen it?
I've never even heard of it. No, it's so are you describing something that actually exists in real life?
Yes, it 100%.
And so these appliances are actually running on electricity that comes out the wall.
Well, I think they've got a few gas appliances as well, to be honest.
It sounds to me like you're making this up, Mark. How many G&Ts have you had?
I've had 2 strong G&Ts,
right.
but that is the maximum. I assure you, Nick, it's real. I promise it's real.
Okay.
Will you promise me to look it up?
Yeah, I certainly won't do that.
That's
no,
homework.
I absolutely will not do that. No, I refuse. I don't do homework on the weekend, nor during the week, as a matter of fact.
Well, I can't say as I blame you, Nick, but
right.
if you ever get a free moment, just to pass the time,
then I'll definitely look it up. Yeah, but at the moment, I'm up to my eyeballs, Mark.
I can imagine, Nick. It must be a tough schedule you keep.
So you're still on the G&Ts, eh? I thought that that whole gin thing was over.
No, gin's proper back in now.
No, I think you're behind the curve there, Mark. I think gin came back in.
Nick.
I'm pretty sure about this. I think gin came back in,
Nick, that's what it's all
and
about,
now it went back out again. And you know how I know that?
How, Nick? How?
It's because I'm glad you asked. It's because the fancy mixer people are having, just lately, a hard time of it, because that whole gin thing is over, Mark. You couldn't be more unfashionable if you tried.
No, Nick, no, you're disappointing me now. I'm gonna cry into my gin now.
Yeah, okay, go have another one, yeah. Don't dilute it too much, though. All right, thanks a lot, mate. 0345. What was that about? Anybody have any idea?
No.
Tiny Kitchens. Isn't that rapper? Tiny Kitchen. Oh, his stuff is great. Okay, so I looked up Tiny Kitchen. And it says the Tiny Kitchen video series comes from a company called Taste Made, based in Santa Monica. Tiny Kitchen is a show where we cook in a tiny kitchen set and legitimately cook tiny foods, says head of programming Oren Katsev, if indeed there is such a person. He says this is real food being made in a real tiny kitchen. Literally bite-sized pieces. I love tiny food in vast amounts. Here's a call in Hounslow. Hello, Melvin.
Hello.
Melvin.
What do you know about ganja?
Pardon?
What do you know about ganja?
About ganja?
Yes.
What do I know about it?
Yes.
What do you want me to know about it? What do I need to know about it?
Well, you've been talking about this thing called, what do you call it? You got a pretty name for it.
Priti Patel?
No. I'm a Jamaican Indian. I was born there. I was educated there.
Where were you born?
Jamaica.
Right.
How did it get to Canada? Ganja.
How did it get there?
Yeah.
It
do
flew.
You know?
Somebody took it there?
The Jamaicans took it there.
Right.
How did it get to America? The Jamaicans took it to America. And where did it originate?
I'm not sure that's right. I mean, it didn't originate in Jamaica, did it? It's a weed, Melvin. It grows here, there, and everywhere, baby.
We called it a weed in Jamaica.
Yeah.
All the Rastaman them I grew up with in Jamaica call it the weed of wisdom.
Well, that's maybe going a bit far.
You weren't born in Jamaica.
Wisdom? I'm not sure about.
You don't know about it.
I'm not sure about that.
Do you ever smoke it?
Jamaicans do not have a monopoly on either the plant itself or knowledge about the plant, Melvin. Get over yourself.
Where do you think it came from? Into America and Canada.
You think it wasn't just growing? That's like saying, where do trees come from?
From India.
They grow everywhere, Melvin.
No, it doesn't. Shut up if you don't know what you're talking about. Talk about history.
They're right back at you. Marijuana only grows in Jamaica, apart from when Jamaicans take it to somewhere else.
Together. When I knew him, my uncle had the largest bicycle business on Spanish Town Road. You can do your research.
I will not do my research.
Okay? My uncle had employed a white man called...
What was his name?
He was a presenter.
Yeah, what was his name? Think. Was it
Jamaica
Jeff?
Broadcasting Company.
Yeah, but what was the name?
And Austin.
Who?
Your research. Okay?
No, it's not okay.
Listening to you people, and you don't know what you're talking about.
People? What do you mean by people? That sounds borderline borderline racist to me, Melvin. What do you mean by people?
I didn't grow up in Jamaica with racism. The only time I heard it when I came to this country, and that was in the 70s. It wasn't in the 60s. Okay, get it.
Well, you should have been here in the 60s. Oh, the stuff.
I was here in the 60s.
I thought you just said you were here in the 70s.
No, I didn't.
That wasn't you?
I'm deaf or something.
It sounded like you.
Listen, my friend. Bob Marley and I grew up together.
Yeah, I very much doubt that.
Okay, you doubt it. I know his father, Mr. Marley.
Yeah.
My uncle had the largest bicycle business on Spanish Town.
His father was called Mr. Marley. Wow, Well, that's proof positive.
When we grow up in Jamaica, we call everybody who's older than us Mr.
Yeah, 'cause you know his name, so you got me convinced.
You got to be convinced. Because I'm telling you the truth.
Yeah, no doubt.
Why don't you do your research?
Because I refuse to do my research.
Ask the Jamaican Broadcasting Company. Did Brian Austin was a presenter there.
What was his name?
Brian the Radio Lion.
Brian Austin. He's that Australian bloke who used to annoy animals for a
What's
living.
the matter with you? Where you come from? What planet are you living on?
See, now that's
For God's sake, man.
that's speciesist. It's a very offensive call.
No, it's not. You see, when people tell you the truth, it's offensive
Yeah, mostly.
because you don't want to listen.
No, well, I don't want to learn. More to the point.
Learn, man.
No, I will
learn.
not learn. No, I'm up to my eyeballs with learning.
So you didn't know what ganja was?
I don't need no education.
Ask the Rasta man them in Jamaica what ganja is. And they'll tell you.
Well, I have a question for you, Melvin.
What?
What is ganja?
Ganja is a weed.
Yeah, I know that. We've been over that already.
And what you call the pretty name you gave it.
Yeah, Pretty Patel.
No. Who's Patel? I don't know her. Or who she's.
Oh.
Is she he or he? She or he?
She's a lovely lady. I'll introduce you sometime.
she's
You two get on
originally-
like a house on fire.
From India. Came to Jamaica. The Rasta man then got hold of it and they start roll it like a big Churchill cigar and smoke it.
Yeah. That's probably their first mistake. You don't want to do that. Don't put
Oh,
anything
it did.
don't put
No,
anything in
I-
your mouth and set fire to it, Melvin.
What?
Big mistake. Huge.
When I went into the yard to collect rent,
To the where?
in the Rastaman yard in village, ask any Jamaican way village is. They say, Mel, pull up a stump. And do you want a...
Pull up a stump.
I said, no, I don't use the stump.
Pull up a stump.
Yeah, they don't have chair.
Right.
A stump is a piece of a block of wood.
Yeah, no doubt.
Stump. That's what they call it, a stump.
Yeah, because it's a stump. Yeah.
I used to laugh. I say, you know, I don't use this stuff. But you see, in the
You know, you
yard,
can actually fashion a chair out of a stump. You know, I mean, that's what they make chairs out of. Stumps.
was like in the 60s in this country.
Yeah, the 60s, yeah. I remember...
When we had fog in this country.
Oh, things were so great in the 60s, weren't they?
Eh?
Can you remember back that far?
Well, I came in 1960 as a 17-year-old.
Yeah, that wasn't my question, though. Can you remember back that far? Is there anything that's fogging your
Of course I
memory by
can.
any chance, Melvin?
Listen, man, I
Just
lived
curious.
here from the 60s. I played cricket from here to Wales and back.
Yeah.
My cousin played for Middlesex and for Notts on the Sir Garfield Service.
Wow, the stuff that you've
Tell
seen.
me what I know.
The stuff
This
that
country.
you've made up that you've seen. It's what a life you're pretending to have had.
I walked City Kingston as a training sales rep. Do your research.
You keep asking me to do my research. Well, my position on that is clear. I will not do my research.
Why? Because you don't want to hear the truth?
Yeah, exactly.
Or do you want
I
to
can't handle the truth. Okay, thanks, Melvin. Stephen Shoreham says the earliest recorded use of marijuana was by a Chinese emperor, Shen Nung, in 2727 BC. Ask Melvin if he remembers. He grew up with him. They used to share a stump. Now, what happened between now and next Friday at 10 o'clock? Well, it just blows my mind. You know, like that last guy. My mind is blown like his was. Just even contemplating it.